Welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting today, Tuesday, April 6, 2021 at 4:20 p.m. May I please have a roll call?
Mayor Grant,
Present.
Vice Mayor Penserga,
Present.
Commissioner Katz,
Here.
Commissioner Hay, Commissioner Hay,
He's not logged in.
thank you. And Commissioner Romulus.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do see that we have someone who, a commissioner that is virtually and who has provided a reasonable excuse not to be live for the closed door session. Can I get a motion from the commission to approve the justifiable excuse not to attend the live meeting?
I'm sorry.
So under Florida law, in order for someone who is attending virtually, the commission has to approve of that reason for them to not be here in it live.
I see. So motion to approve his absence.
Correct. Yes.
So let me just add that Commissioner Romulus will also attend the closed door session virtually. So the rule of the day, it's a procedural rule. The rule of the day that the commission is adopting is to permit those two members of the commission to attend virtually.
I see. So I should reword my motion.
Yeah.
Motion to permit both Commissioner Romulus and Commissioner Hay to attend virtually.
Second with discussion. So we passed, extended the emergency ordinance, correct?
We did.
So now is that you need permission from the board, or you need?
Now this is just a kind of belt and suspenders for the purposes of the closed door session.
Okay, I wasn't sure if this
So,
was
there's a statute that applies the rules for the closed door session. It doesn't speak at all to virtual or electronic attendance, but the same rule that would apply to the commission would. I've talked to the mayor about it. We're just being very careful and conservative.
I just want to make sure I don't need like a note if I am virtual at the meeting tonight. Okay.
No, you're here in person for the closed door session.
Thank you.
All right. So in accordance with Florida statute, the city commission is going to hold a closed door session to discuss the City of Boynton Beach plaintiff versus JKM BTS Capital LLC defendant case that's pending in Palm Beach County Circuit Court. In attendance in the closed door session will be myself, city attorney, assistant city attorney Gal Batesh, city manager Lori Leverrier, a court reporter, the mayor, and the members of the city commission, either physically, 3 of you will be there physically, and 2 through virtual attendance. The closed door session will last approximately 60 minutes, and then the regular city commission meeting will resume at that time.
May I have all those in favor of allowing for the commissioners who are attending virtually to be able to vote and attend the closed door session? State so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. The meeting is now recessed for this closed door session. Oh, John, let's go.
Okay, I just started the recording.
Thank you very much. The City of Boynton Beach Commission meeting will now reconvene after its closed door session at 5:36 p.m. John, would you please provide us with an introduction?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Grant. Hello and welcome. My name is John McNally, and I will assist the mayor and the elected officials with the GoToWebinar portion of today's meeting. Before we start, I'd like to review a few housekeeping items so the virtual audience members know how to participate. Your microphones have been muted to reduce background noise. There will be specific times during this meeting when audience members can participate. The first way is by typing their question into the questions section at the bottom of the GoToWebinar interface. Those items will be read into the record by a meeting organizer at the appropriate time. The second way is by clicking on the raise hand icon indicating that you wish to speak. A meeting organizer will announce the next speaker at the appropriate time and unmute their audio, at which time you should state your name and address for the record. Please minimize any sources of background noise and speak clearly into your microphone during your allotted time. I will now turn control over to Mayor Stephen Grant, who will be presiding over today's meeting.
Thank you, John. I'll ask everyone to please rise for invocation. And we are confirmed Ms. Apostle Brown is not in attendance.
Mayor Grant, I still do not see him in the list.
All right. Would everyone please bow their head? Heavenly Father and Motherly Earth, we thank you for allowing us to gather here today. We thank you for the sun. We thank you for the wind. We thank you for the love that we share with each other. We ask you to help guide our decisions tonight as we welcome the community for a better and brighter Boynton Beach. Amen. Now the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Bishop Wright, would you like to do another invocation? I just did one real quick.
Mike.
Yep.
Oh, Father God, we give you praise. We give you honor. We give you glory. For yours is the greatness, the power, and the glory, the victory and the majesty in the heavens and on earth. Yours is the kingdom. You are exalted above all, rule of all, and head over all. Riches and honor comes from you. In your hand is power and might. And it lies in your hand to make great and to give strength to everyone. So we ask tonight that you make great and give strength to this city and everyone in this city that has a concern and that has a need in this city and has a best interest in this city, that all will be satisfied to see this city continue to grow in greatness. We ask for peace to continue as we come against anything that is not just this day. We thank you and bless your glorious name, asking for strength for the parents and the children, to bring the parents back to the children and the children back to the parents. We ask this in Jesus' name tonight. Amen.
Amen.
Amen and amen.
May I have a motion to approve the agenda or any additions, deletions, or corrections? I'd like to see if to speak with the commission on an administrative item 5B to talk about a trip to Tallahassee. The Florida legislature is still in session, and I know that we missed out on Palm Beach County Days, that Florida League of Cities was virtual. However, I feel that we should have a discussion to see if any of us want to attend the legislative session before it closes.
I support that, Mayor.
I'm fine with that as well.
And if there's nothing else, may I have a motion to approve as amended?
Motion to approve as amended.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to informational items by the City Commission. Is Commissioner Katz with us? All right, he's still on his drive back from the closed door session. Commissioner Hay, would you like to begin? Paused. All right. Commissioner Romulus, is your microphone working?
Yes, it is. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Would you like to begin?
Yes, thank you. I have a disclosure. I just don't remember who it was. I will share my disclosure as soon as I get a chance to take a look at my calendar and see who the person was that I met with. But other than that, I have no further disclosures. I'll come right back with that disclosure. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, no worries. And Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So my first disclosure has to do with item 10A. This is the future land use amendment for Knuth Road. I did meet with the Anderson sisters. Hopefully I remember that name correctly, Joy Anderson, if that's correct. I also want to put on the record that I attended Representative Frankel's town hall meeting regarding the American Rescue Plan. That was very informative, as well as several National League of Cities and Florida League of Cities Zoom conferences and phone conferences also relating to the American Rescue Plan. I think everybody's really excited and curious to find out what can we use these funds for, and what's the possibilities on that. And so we do have that item later down the agenda, so I'll reserve my comments then. And the final item is that this past Saturday, I was in Lake Worth, where I attended and spoke at an anti-Asian hate rally. And for those of you that may not be aware, for a variety of reasons, and it's not something that's new, it's been going on for a long time, but Asian Americans have been attacked brutally and randomly throughout the country. There's many stories of people being slashed in the face with a box cutter for doing just going to work. There's an Asian grandmother where they tried to light her on fire. With all the rhetoric around COVID-19, it has only inflamed the situation. So I was very proud to speak up on this matter. And I just want to say that on the topic of Asian hate and everything around that, one of the largest commonalities is that when Asian Americans are under attack, what's happening here is that the people around them, they stand there and do nothing. They stand there and say nothing. And there was a woman who was beaten in the sidewalk with plenty of people walking around her, and no one helped her. And not only did no one help her, but the security guards in the store in front of where she had been attacked, they closed the door on her. And so this is a shame and a travesty. And this is something that has been going on for quite some time and has just escalated to epic proportions as of late. So it's an important issue that I want more people to know about. But other than that, Mayor, that ends my informational and disclosures.
Thank you. It's been a while since we had a meeting. On Hunter's, on March 22nd, I attended and is everybody here?
There's a really bad echo happening.
I don't know.
It seems like you may have two microphones on you, Mayor.
Yeah. I don't know if someone had the other ability to speak. On March 23rd, I spoke with John Markey and Jeff Johnson of JKM. On the 24th, I spoke, was the presenter at a COBRA meeting, and I'm working towards having that presentation to be available on YouTube. On the 27th, I attended a walk with Healthier Boynton Beach for the Let's Move program. We were able to go from the amphitheater to the ocean and back. I wanted to wish everyone who celebrated Passover, happy Passover. On April 1st, I attended a meeting with Affiliated Development, Jeff Burns. On April 3rd, I hosted the ambassador of Bangladesh on his first trip outside of the embassy since COVID started. He chose Palm Beach County and Boynton Beach for his afternoon visit. Showed him, we had lunch over at Banana Boat and showed him our Arts and Cultural Center. And he was very honored to see that we show respect for artists with autism, because the Prime Minister of Bangladesh's daughter has autism and is looking to hopefully have a joint effort of art from Bangladesh to be presented in our Arts and Cultural Center next year. In addition, I attended a gala for him in West Palm Beach, and I spoke with other Asian leaders, Joshua Cho and Winnie Tang. And I do agree with, they both spoke very highly of you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
And with May being Asian American and Pacific Island History Month, I think there's something that, there's nothing on the books right now, but it's something that I think we should try to do. So we may want to speak a little bit afterwards to get the city involved with some sort of event or some sort of presentation, so that we honor the Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders here in the city of Boynton Beach. And then today I spoke with Miranda Christian from WBTV about the item on our boat ramp. And I believe those are my disclosures. Commissioner Ramos, were you able to figure out who you spoke with?
I am. Thank you so much. I did meet with Jeff Burns and Michael Weiner, and I also met with the property owner of the item on the agenda of Kenneth Road. Those are my disclosures. Thank you.
And Commissioner Katz, I see you're with us now. Do you have any disclosures before we move on to announcements?
Thank you. Just that I spoke to the property owners of the item on the agenda on Kenneth Road. I have a meeting with Michael Weiner and his client tomorrow, and I believe that is all. Thank you.
And we will now move on to announcements. Our first announcement is from Dr. Anthony Lockhart, principal of Boynton Beach High School. We'll make an announcement regarding the Boynton Beach Aerospace Science Academy's participation in the FAA Airport Design Challenge for design of the Boca Raton Airport.
Thank you so very much. I'd like to give honor first to the commission, of course, and the principal in the form of our mayor, the various commissioners, the vice mayor, Commissioner Katz, Hay, Romulus, the city manager, the city attorney, and city clerk. Thank you so very much for having me. There are great things going on at Boynton Beach Community High School. As a matter of fact, it's my delight to be here. You know what? Let me also say hello to all the people who are here this evening. That's what's up, huh? You people. Our people make Boynton Beach. So thank you so very much. Having said as much, I'd like to say that there are some great things going on at Boynton Beach Community High School. We are flying high with the constellation and the celestial things that are taking place in our VASA Academy. We are fortunate enough to be able to say that our students are doing some remarkable things. Those of you who do not know, we have partnered with Embry-Riddle at Boynton Beach Community High School. This is a one-of-a-kind program in which our students not only have a chance to maintain their academic curriculum, but also embark in the most demanding curriculum available by partnering with Embry-Riddle. They take college courses on campus with college professors who are on our campus. And we've got a list of students who are pilots this year and last year. But this year, we were fortunate enough to participate in the FAA and the Federal Aviation Administration. These are the folk who manage our airports all throughout the country. They offered a program, a challenge to 1,200 programs all across, not just Palm Beach County, not just the state of Florida, not just the United States of America, but all over the world. And I'm delighted to say that your Boynton Beach Community High School, your students came out #1. So I'm so proud. I'm so proud of our students. And to bring for the mayor and the commission, a nice poster. I'm going to call these students by name: Giovanni Messina, awesome; Sebastian Monroy, Michael Sports, and Victor Gill. The Federal Aviation Administration Airport Design Challenge. and we had sponsorship from Embry-Riddle and of course, Boca Raton Airport. And I am so delighted, and I would like to give this to the mayor and to the commission, and I hope that maybe you can put it up,
Yeah, I know exact place to put it in the city commission's office.
Oh, this is awesome. This is awesome. So can I just leave it right here?
I'll go come and grab it, but I have something for you.
Oh, you got something for me? That's incredible. Even the kid. Awesome, man.
Let me speak into the microphone.
Why not? Get that out the way.
So on behalf of the city of Boynton Beach, we have the 2019 Holiday Outstanding Parade Display of Entertainment to the Boynton Beach High School Tiger Sound Band. So we look forward to having you back here in 2021 because we really missed out not seeing you in our holiday parade. So
Thank you so very much. This is awesome news. Thank you so very much, Mr. Mayor. You are awesome, and everyone in this room. I want to thank you all so very much. You know what, Mr. Mayor, I can't stop just with that. I've got more gifts for you. And this time I don't have gifts for just you. We got t-shirts, we got water bottles, we got towels. We got billboards. So please be kind enough to share with your commissioner.
absolutely.
And everyone who I got a gift for you too.
Thank you, thank you.
And you too.
Christmas came early this year. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want to hold up the shirt?
With a big B. That's what's up. There you go. It's a big shirt too.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. We got a gift for you too. What's that?
The Right-Hand Fellowship and the Great Success.
That's what's up.
It don't come no strong in that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, can I say thank you? I appreciate it. As always, I want to thank you, and I'm going to share some other news. We are doing, as you all may realize, we're in the midst of our testing season. So we're offering tutorial services Monday through Thursday on our campus. And we're also offering Saturday tutorials. We're doing all of this free of charge. So there are no excuses. Failure is not an option. In this pandemic, students are not having the opportunity to stay brick and mortar. But if those individuals are interested and they'd like to get some support, free of charge, we're doing this. So
What
thank you so very
subjects?
much.
What subjects are you tutoring in?
All subjects.
All subjects. Wonderful.
So the core subjects, but we also have industry certification courses.
Okay.
So medical skills, culinary arts, there are students who may need some support. And those students who need support, we want to give it to them. So thank you so very much. I don't know if anyone would like to have a copy of this flyer.
We'll take a copy of it.
You'll take.
Or somebody from staff. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Mayor, thank you so very much. Commissioners, thank you so very much. I really appreciate your time and your effort.
Go. Does anyone on the commission have any questions for you?
Fantastic.
Yes,
I have
Mayor.
a comment. Go ahead,
Go ahead.
Commissioner.
No, go ahead. Ladies first.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, not only for the fact that you came bearing gifts, so happy, merry early Christmas, I guess. But thank you for your energy. You brought so much energy to our meeting this evening, and usually, commission meetings are not this lit. So appreciate you, and I'm really glad the students at Boynton Beach High have you as a principal to just keep them
thank you,
motivated and keep them going. So thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Kind words.
And Mr. Lockhart, this is Commissioner Woodrow Hay. I'd just like to say congratulations. You put us on the map again, as you Boynton Beach High School has always done, with the dimensional harmony and the band and the football team, and you guys are just doing an outstanding job, and you make us proud. You make us proud. Okay, and so I can't wait to wear that T-shirt and that towel. I'm going to wave that towel. Okay, keep up the good works, my friend. You're doing a great job, and I'll see you soon.
I look forward to it.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
God bless you. God bless you.
Bless you. That is awesome.
Thank you. I believe that's it. Thank you so much, Dr. Lockhart.
Thank you. You all have a great evening. You too. All right.
Now we will have a proclamation recognizing April 4th to the 10th, 2021 as National Library Week. Library Director Craig Clark will accept the proclamation on behalf of the Boynton Beach City Library. City Boynton Beach Proclamation. Whereas libraries are cornerstones of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all. Libraries of all types are at the heart of their cities, towns, schools, and campuses, serving their communities. And whereas libraries have long served as trusted and treasured institution for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status, libraries are accessible and inclusive places that foster a sense of belonging and community. Whereas today's libraries are their services extend far beyond the four walls of building, and everyone is welcome to use their resources. People lacking broadband at home, libraries provide access to computers and Wi-Fi, even letting internet hotspots. And whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain relevant programs and collections that are as diverse as the population they serve and ensure equity of access for all. And whereas in times of crisis, libraries, librarians, and library workers play an invaluable role in supporting their communities both in person and virtually. And whereas to adapt to our changing world, libraries are expanding their resources and continuing to meet the needs of their patrons. Libraries, librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, hereby proclaim April 4th to April 10th, 2021 as National Library Week.
Good evening, I'm Craig Clark, the
Okay,
library
I don't need to be.
of Boynton Beach. And I just like to thank the commission and city administration for their continued support of the library. It's a beautiful library and a beautiful new building here. I'd also like to thank the library staff. I have the best staff in the world. I can't say enough good about them and how hard they work to provide services to the community. Just a couple of quick announcements. The library created a small business resources guide. I placed some on the back room here, and anyone interested in possibly opening a small business, this is a one-stop shop for resources in the library, online resources, print, ebooks, databases, everything. Also, I placed on the back our adult programs and youth and teen programs for April. We are partnering with the sustainability coordinator with the city and offering a lot of Earth Day programming for all ages. And finally, next month, we're going to launch our Creative Edge Studio Makerspace. And I brought gifts as well to each of the commissioners. We have a keychain that says Boynton Beach City Library Creative Edge Studio on it. So I'm going to leave some of these in your mailboxes. I left the mayor his because I knew he was going to be here. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. And Craig, so I'm so happy to see that our partnership with Career Source happened today.
Oh, that's what I meant to mention too as well. Career Source started today as well. There's going to be someone at the library from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every Tuesday to assist people with job searching, unemployment, any type of job needs that they have.
And is it a way for them to make appointments?
Right now we're doing walk-ins, and when they do come in initially, if they need to make another appointment, they could do that. The gentleman that's working with us speaks English, French, and Creole.
What about Spanish?
One of our other staff speaks Spanish,
okay.
So we have everything covered.
Okay, wonderful.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Romulus.
Craig, don't go too far.
Here.
I just wanted to take a moment to just commend Craig and his entire staff. One of the initiatives that I really worked with him, and they just took it and ran with it. Was one of my neighbors just came in and said, I have thousands of books. Can we do something with them? And suggested us doing the little libraries around the city. And they even in the midst of the pandemic, they did what they could and got that project off the ground. So I just want to take the time to thank our library staff for making books accessible to anyone everywhere. So now at this time, they're available at 3 of our parks. Craig, you can say which ones those are because I can't think of them off the top of my head right now. And I look forward to those little libraries expanding all over the city and being available for people to exchange and have just that communal feeling of knowing that, you know, this is just kind of like a community effort where I read and then I could put it back and somebody else can borrow it. And, you know, a book that I grew up with that, you know, my kids have been reading and everything, someone else can enjoy that same pleasure. So just wanted to take a second to highlight that.
Thank you, Commissioner Romulus. The free little libraries are located at Barrier Free Park, Sarah Sims Park, and at Oceanfront Park at the beach. So it's been successful thus far, and anyone can participate, take a book anytime. You don't have to leave one. You can take one home. There's books for all ages. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next announcement is to proclaim recognizing April 24th, 2020 as Best Buddy Days in Boynton Beach and encourage residents, visitors, employees, and businesses to participate in the Best Buddies Friendship Walk on April 24th, 2021. City of Boynton Beach Proclamation. Whereas Best Buddies is the world's largest organization dedicated to ending the social, physical, and economic isolation of the 200 million people with intellectual and development disabilities. And whereas the IDD community the Best Buddies serves includes, but is not limited to, people with Down syndrome, autism, Fragile X, Williams syndrome, cerebral palsy, traumatic brain injury, and other undiagnosed disabilities. And whereas Best Buddies program empower the special abilities of people with IDD by helping them form meaningful relationships with their peers, secure successful jobs, live independently, improve public speaking, self-advocacy, and communication skills, and feel valued by society. And whereas since 2009, more than 150,000 participants in 60 cities have participated in the Best Buddies Friendship Walk to raise awareness for inclusion, friendship, leadership development, and integrated job opportunities for people with IDD. With every dollar raised goes towards making the world a more inclusive, accepting place. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the 24th day of April, 2021 as Best Buddy Day and encourage all residents of our community to join the virtual or in-person Best Buddy Friendship Walk on April 24th, 2021. Is Tricia Williams here, Best Buddies Area Director, to accept the proclamation or virtually?
Mayor Grant, I do not see her in the list of attendees virtually. Possibly Debbie Majors, if you don't mind, I might unmute you to say a few words. Deb.
Yes, hi, Mayor and Commission. Debbie Majors, Grants and ADA Coordinator. We have Macy Ramirez on the line for Tricia this evening. So I will let Macy take it from here. Thank you.
Debbie, is she in a virtual attendance?
Yes, she is.
Do you know what name?
Yeah, Macy Ramirez, R-A-M-I-R-E-Z. She's on the phone.
Okay, I see her, yes. Okay, Macy, you've been unmuted.
Thank you so much. We are so appreciative for being recognized, and I want to thank Mayor Grant for also supporting us by kicking off the mayoral challenge that was county-wide. And we are also just really grateful to the city of Boynton Beach altogether for all the support we've had over the years. The relationship is really invaluable to us. We're proud to be a part of the Inclusion Task Force as well. As the mayor mentioned, we support our peers of all ages with intellectual and developmental disabilities through friendship, leadership, and integrated employment opportunities all throughout Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. And we truly believe and know that awareness and inclusion will change our communities. This community has been such a great part in doing that with us. And if you want to get plugged into any of those opportunities for people with disabilities or be a friend to someone with a disability of any age, you can reach out to me. You can just email me, Macy Ramirez at bestbuddies.org. That is spelled MAICIE. And we're really excited about this Friendship Walk event and this being honored as a special day in the city of Boynton Beach as well.
And so, Macy, can you tell us a little bit more about the walk?
Yeah, so the Friendship Walk is just a really great opportunity for anyone who's not involved already or is or wants to be. It's going to be a caravan this year with a virtual streaming component as well for those who are not comfortable coming out to the community yet. And it'll be socially distanced. We'll have all of our appropriate PPE. It'll be a really cool kind of car parade with different stations. Schools all across the county will be at this event and supporting it through their talents like band and dance and things of that sort. There will be car decorating and all of those things. The car line will start at 10 a.m. and everything will wrap up by noon on the 24th. And it's the type of event that you can bring your friend, your mom, your dog, anybody that you want to have join. And you can go register for that at friendshipwalk.org/Palm Beach.
Thank you so much.
It's Best Buddies, friendshipwalk.org/Palm Beach. Sorry about that.
All right. So I just want to make sure that you can send that link to Debbie so that the city can help market that for you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Our next announcement is the proclamation recognized in April 2021 as Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month. Dr. Jennifer Percival, Assistant Director, FAU Center for Autism and Related Disabilities, will accept the proclamation. City of Boynton Beach Proclamation. Whereas autism spectrum disorder is a developmental disability that can cause significant social, communication, and behavioral challenges. Autism is the fastest growing developmental disorder. There is often nothing about how people with ASD look that sets them apart from other people. People with ASD may communicate, interact, behave, and learn in ways that are different from neurotypical people. The learning, thinking, and problem-solving abilities of people with ASD can range from gifted to severely challenged. Some people with ASD need a lot of help in their daily lives, others need less. And whereas in 2020, the CDC reported that approximately 1 in 54 children in the US is diagnosed with an autism spectrum disorder. 1 in 34 boys and 1 in 144 girls identified with autism. Autism affects all ethnic and socioeconomic groups. Early intervention affords the best opportunities to support healthy development and deliver benefits across the lifespan. There is no medical detection for autism. Whereas over the next decade, an estimated 707,000 to 1,116,000 teens will enter adulthood and age out of school-based autism services. Nearly half of 25-year-olds with autism have never held a paying job. Research demonstrates that job activities that encourage independence, reduce autism symptoms, and increase daily living skills. Whereas during the month of April, we strive to promote autism awareness, inclusion, and self-determination for all, and assure that each person with ASD is providing an opportunity to achieve the highest possible quality of life. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2021 as Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month, and reaffirm that the City of Boynton Beach will continue to provide the necessary modifications and supports to be an autism-friendly city.
Thank you, Mayor Grant. This is Jennifer Percival. I'm the Assistant Director at FAU Center for Autism and Related Disabilities. It has been our honor and privilege to work very closely with the City of Boynton Beach over the last several years on the Autism Friendly Cities initiative. The City of Boynton Beach is one of the very few autism-friendly cities as recognized in the United States, and the services that you provide to your residents and the accommodations, as well as the strategies and support, is really appreciated. The feedback that we get from your residents and from our families that live in the City of Boynton Beach is absolutely phenomenal. It has been our pleasure in the last few months to be collaborating with Debbie Majors, Stephanie Salklop, and your team at the Cultural Center on the Art and Autism Expo, which will be going on throughout the entire month of April. The Art and Autism Expo this year is a hybrid event. That event is partially online. The online aspect is through our YouTube page. You can view it at FAU Card's YouTube page. All of the artists have submitted videos and pictures of their art. And then the art is up in your cultural center for viewing by the community, by the artists and their families. And this has really been an incredible opportunity for our children, our young adults, our adults who submitted their art. They are just excited beyond, just very, very happy to be able to participate in something like this and to have their art displayed. And so it's been an absolutely wonderful collaboration. I can't thank you and your team enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, it's something that we pride ourselves in. It's the aspect of the city of inclusion that we are trying to be here in the city of Boynton Beach. And part of what we've done is I went to the Palm Beach Rehabilitation Center and seeing the great work that people with developmental disabilities have and are able to be contributive members of our society, along with getting rides from Palm Tran Connections and getting and then hopefully being able to ride Palm Tran. I feel that whatever we can do to help FAU Card in their mission to educate the public, please let us know how we can continue this, not just for the month of April, but throughout the year.
Thank you very much. We absolutely appreciate that. FAU Card, we're a no-cost program funded through the Florida legislature as well as other private grants. And we're serving over 6,000 families in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Thank you for your support.
My pleasure. And our last proclamation for the night is recognizing April 9th, 2021 as Sleep In for Sleep Out Homeless Awareness Day. City of Boynton Beach Proclamation, whereas homelessness is a serious social and economic issue impacting all levels of our society. The City of Boynton Beach and the Lord's Place recognize that all people deserve respect and a place to call home. And whereas the City of Boynton Beach and the Lord's Place are partners in providing the respect and pathway to a brighter future for men, women, and families who are homeless in our community. And whereas the City of Boynton Beach extends its appreciation to the Lord's Place for its leadership on the critical social issues and its wide array of successful programs and services changing the lives of the homeless one life at a time. And whereas the 14th annual Sleep In for Sleep Out to End Homelessness will be held on Friday, April 9th through Saturday morning, April 10th, to raise awareness about homelessness and to raise funds to help the Lord's Place end homelessness for men, women, and families in our community. And whereas the Lord's Place will host this event in a virtual format to follow COVID-19 restrictions and encourage everyone in the community to sleep in their home or backyard so as many people as possible can participate. Whereas the mission of the Lord's Place is to break the cycle of homelessness by providing innovative, compassionate, and effective services to men, women, and children in our community. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the 9th day of April 2021 as the Lord Place Sleep In for Sleep Out Homelessness Awareness Day. And do we have someone from the Lord's Place to accept the proclamation?
Good evening, Mayor Grant. It's Diana Stanley, the CEO at the Lord's Place. And I am Zooming you all because we are headed into our virtual event for Sleep Out. But first, let me thank you and the city commissioners and all of the City of Boynton Beach for your partnership in ending homelessness. As many of you may know, we are so proud that one of our campuses is located in Boynton Beach, our Man Place, where we are able to rebuild men's lives, and 50 men get to come in and stay with us and end their journey of homelessness. So this event is really important to us, and we're so grateful for this opportunity to bring it to your attention tonight and for this proclamation. A few important things to note, which is really exciting, is that because it is virtual, everybody gets to participate in it, and we ask you to just really take a moment Friday night and pause and think about those that are living out on the streets. We also know that we are preparing for what may be a very difficult time for many families and individuals as we are ready to see the moratorium being lifted. And so the Lord's Place is going to be ready to and be prepared to respond to what we think could be a very difficult time for our community. Most importantly, we're really proud to announce tonight that the Honorable Ann Brown, one of our supporters, knows the importance of the work that we do. And so she has agreed to match dollar for dollar every dollar that's raised for Sleepout for 2019 or 2021. And so we're all excited about that. And so we are once again thankful to the Honorable Ann Brown. Thank you to all of you for your continued support, especially to you, Mayor Grant. I know you've been in our campuses and we continue to reach people's lives and change their lives. And we're just so grateful for all the support that we get from your city.
Yes. Well, thank you, Diana, for accepting the proclamation and informing us. You know, the aspect is there's a lot of miscommunication, misinformation about homelessness. You know, what is, you know, someone supposed to do if they see someone holding a cardboard sign on the side of the road? It's, you know, we have our police get involved, and I know that you deal with our police department quite a bit. Because we're trying to find these people places to live, and they may not want to live it there. They're happy being outside.
We also, just so that the audience knows, we are part of an outreach team. And so when someone does see somebody at the street corner, someone that needs help, they can reach out to the Lord's Place, and we are able to go down and start to begin the engagement process with that individual. We truly believe that every human being deserves a place to call home, and our street engagement, along with our housing and our job training, we work very hard to make certain that is accomplished. It's not easy. But we get to love on people no matter where they are in their journey in life.
Yes. And could you talk a little bit more about, I think it was Joshua's Catering and your other campuses?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So we have two social enterprises. We have our Joshua Thrift Store and our Joshua Catering. Joshua Catering was on hold for a couple months because of COVID, but I'm proud to announce we are back up and running. And if you've never had a Joshua Catering cookie, you haven't lived. So don't forget that if you need catering, call Joshua Catering. We would love to be able to provide breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever you need. And all of the money goes back into the programs and services of the Lord's Place. It's also a training program for those who are formerly homeless and formerly incarcerated. So the catering and our thrift stores are just two ways that you can support our mission.
Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you all.
Next, we have an announcement by our Sustainability Coordinator, Rebecca Harvey, regarding the drive-through Earth Day celebration and tree giveaway on Saturday, April 17th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Ezel Hester Jr. Community Center, as well as the virtual Earth Day events and activities at www.gogreenboynton.com.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is Rebecca Harvey, Sustainability Coordinator. So Earth Day is coming up on April 22nd, and the City of Boynton Beach is celebrating all month long with a variety of events and activities. They can all be found at gogreenboynton.com. The main event is a drive-through Earth Day celebration and tree giveaway on Saturday, April 17th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Ezel Hester Community Center. 200 native and fruit trees will be distributed to city residents on a first-come, first-served basis. Residents can choose up to 2 of the following trees: soursop, Barbados cherry, avocado, flash pine, and Simpson's stopper. All attendees will be able to take home plenty of earth-friendly giveaways, sample healthy food, and enjoy music from our crowdsourced Earth Day playlist. In addition, throughout the month of April, community members are invited to check out the Dress to a T tree wrapping. In collaboration with 2 local nonprofits, Azul for Better Living and Sea Turtle Adventures, 12 trees around the city will be dressed up in beautiful, sustainable recycled fabric. This program provides an opportunity for adults with special needs, called creatives, to express their artistic talents while bringing awareness to nature and our trees. So you can take a photo and share it through social media with the hashtag #GoGreenBoynton. and you will be entered for a chance to win a $20 gift card to one of the city's Green Business Recognition Program restaurants. Also during Earth Month, as Craig mentioned earlier, the Boynton Beach City Library is hosting programs for all ages, including a teen seed exchange, a youth scavenger hunt about native plants, presentations by Florida master naturalists, and a virtual lionfish dissection by NSU's Marine Environmental Education Center. These events will include a sign language interpreter. All of this and more can be found at gogreenboynton.com. Mayor, should I go into my next announcement?
Yes, please.
Okay, so that's not all. There's one other Earth Month program that deserves its very own announcement. All community members are invited to join Mayor Grant in taking the Wyland National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation, April 1st through 30th. Just visit mywaterpledge.com, pledge your commitment to conserve water and energy, and enter to win prizes such as $3,000 toward your home utility bills, home improvement store gift cards, and more. You can even help a local charity win a 2021 Toyota Highlander Hybrid to help serve the community. It's free and it only takes couple minutes, maybe 3 minutes. Make your pledge throughout the month of April at mywaterpledge.com. Let's show other cities around the nation how Boynton Beach takes care of our planet. Thanks so much. Have a wonderful Earth Month.
Thank you, Rebecca. And yes, I do challenge the commission to take the Water Pledge Challenge. It's kind of on the honorary system and something that we each can do. We will have a discussion later on today about our year-round irrigation ordinance, which is other things that we're doing to help save the vital resource of water on our planet. Item H is announcement by Recreation and Parks Director Casey Young about the Youth Symposium being hosted by the Recreation and Parks Department at the Carolyn Sims Center on Saturday, April 17, 2021 from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Department Director. I'm here tonight to announce the Youth Symposium Technology in a Technical World event on Saturday, April 17th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Carolyn Sims Center located at 225 Northwest 12th Avenue. This is a free event for middle school and high school students where they will have the opportunity to discuss a variety of topics and presentations from professionals in different professions. Presentations include the world of nanotechnology from Dr. Holly Letty and Dr. Catherine McInnes, professors at Duke University. All attendees will be able to receive community service hours and lunch will be provided. Space is limited. All CDC guidelines will be followed, including social distancing and face coverings required. Registration is still available on our website, WeMakeLifeFun.com, or call the Carolyn Sims Center at 561-742-6641. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. And before we move on to public audience, there's something I saw on social media that I wanted to make the announcement that there is the Affair of the Arts is coming to the Boynton Beach Mall. So with the Delray Affair not occurring this year, they have moved it to the city of Boynton Beach at the Boynton Beach Mall. It will be, I believe, from the 9th, 10th, and the 11th. So I encourage everybody from the city to stop by the mall and show support for the local art. And seeing no further announcements, moving on to public audience, individual speakers will be limited to 3-minute presentations. Please state your name and address before you begin. As long as there's a green light.
All right, Erwin Cineas, 2405 Quantum Boulevard, with Boynton Strong. Peace to the mayor, vice mayor, Mr. Penserga. Just know we stand in solidarity with you. As a Black man in America, we know a little bit of something about how you may be feeling. So, we go towards that. So,
Thank you.
no problem, no problem. And also to the other commissioners that are virtual that I can't see right now, Commissioner Romulus, Commissioner Katz, and Commissioner Hay. So just want to raise your attention to an email that I sent on behalf of Boynton Strong Center earlier today, just in reference to a project proposal. When you get a chance, please check it out. I really would want to have a conversation with each of you about bringing a vision to life. Basically, what we want to do as Boynton Strong is get together with the city to bring a registered apprenticeship program right here to the heart of Boynton Beach. And so we want to work with you guys to do that. It's no mystery that economic opportunity and education leads to a healthier community. As Boynton Strong, we've been advocating in a lot of strong ways in the community in various ways. But one thing we're definitely passionate about and serious about is bringing economic opportunity and jobs. As you know, Mayor, we participated in a job fair, going to pick up folks and bring them. The results weren't as we wanted, but we want to move forward and help create a solution. With apprenticeship programs, great thing about apprenticeship programs is that folks will have the opportunity to get paid while getting on the job training. There's a lot of different fields, whether it's in transportation, hospitality, construction, that we can really dig into and really get creative. Really want to bring the community in to find out what is it that they would like to get into, and also partner and find out what are the industries of the future and that are in high demand. Study shows that folks who finish an apprenticeship program have an average starting wage of about $60,000. So imagine how that could change just a generation as far as economic opportunities and things like that. So we really want to work with you to do that. We also have some other creative things we would like to bring to a trade program. And so we're really serious about this, not something that we just want to bring up and let it fly. We really want to sit, work through it. There's other organizations out there. We've done some research like Transport that'll actually help us design the entire program, how it goes and what we can do. With things like the rescue plan out there, let's see if we can make this vision come to life. And we're really serious about making that happen. So appreciate your time.
Thank you, Erwin. And thank you again for coming out here. We will have a discussion about the American Rescue Plan and other types of funding available from the federal and state governments. One of the things that you may want us to do is speak with the CRA about tax incremental funding to have a community benefits agreement for any developer that is requesting money from the CRA to say, we want you to have a community benefits agreement so that they are hiring locally and training. And, that aspect that you mentioned, I saw a little bit about the email that you sent me. You sent me that budget. It's kind of like, where's the money coming from? And with the fortunate that we have federal dollars, state dollars available to us, it's kind of like, well, what's the project that it's going to be moving towards? So I think that's kind of where I really appreciate you coming to the city commission meetings, the CRA meetings, so that you know what's going on and what's happening. And I'm there for you to help move forward. I provided some community support funds to help clean up the streets, to offer kind of not necessarily a career, but a job. And so I think that's kind of what moving forward is that how do we move from people who have work ethic and teach them the skills to have a career, not just a daily job. So I appreciate the information, and I look forward to supporting you and your organization in the future when we have a better understanding how the money can be spent.
And what's the best way to follow with everybody as far as virtual? Is it?
You got my phone number. If you give it a call.
Email.
Yeah.
We'll schedule something.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And is there anyone else from the audience that would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda?
address of the location I'll be talking about?
Whatever address you'd like to be, if you are to be contacted, that address.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me speak
I'd
on.
make sure that the green light is on.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
For allowing me to speak on behalf of
into the microphone a little bit closer.
Boynton Beach Head Start. My name is Mary Grada Wilson. I'm the Center Director of Boynton Beach Head Start, located at 909 Northeast 3rd Street in Boynton Beach. I'm also a resident of Boynton Beach. I'm here to urge the city of Boynton Beach to allow us to remain in the location where we are. And the reason for saying that is because our child assessments look good. When I meet past parents and they tell me that their children are scientists of the month at school, or they are the mathematician of the month at school, and I know Mr. Wright, who's here right now, whose grandson has gone through the program, was one of the parents who came up to me and told me how well his grandson was doing in kindergarten and first grade. Most of the time I meet parents that tell me that the children are on the roll, and that is progress. When I see a 5-year-old pick up a book at the Boynton Beach Head Start and is able to read that book before going to kindergarten, that is progress. When I see children that come in not being able to speak English, and by the time they leave the program, they are able to communicate in English, this is progress. When I look at parents that the agency hires, Lutheran Service Florida also hire parents, and the parents come in just with a high school diploma. In 3 months, they have graduated to having a child development associate, going on to an associate degree. This is progress. Almost, I'll say 3/4 of the staff at the center live in this town. We see 108 children a year coming through the program. When I meet a police officer at the center who tells me that I was a child of Head Start and he's working right here in the community, this is a success. I have a few staff that have been in that building for over 30 years, working with children and parents of the community. These are success stories. So I'm here today to let you know there are a lot of good things happening at the Boynton Beach Head Start. We service 3 to 5-year-olds, infants and toddlers. We service children with disabilities, and sometimes we have children who may come in, being 1 year old, not even being able to sit up, and seeing these children walk after we have worked with them. All of these are successes of the program. And I urge you, if you want, you could send one of your representatives in, and we can do a show and tell at the Head Start program to show you how well we are doing at that location. So like I say, we urge you to let us stay in the location where we are. We are servicing parents who live in that community, who walk into the program every day with children in their strollers. Okay, thank you.
So, I understand that the city sent a letter to you stating that they're not trying to renew the
Yep.
lease. When is the current date that the lease ends?
July of this year.
And so I'll request for the city commission that we have a discussion about that. I don't know how long the city commissioner is going to extend it, but it's something that I feel that we need to have a discussion and figure out what to do with Head Start and the families so that we don't leave anyone behind.
Yeah, we all belong to this city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bishop Bernard Wright, 713 Northwest 2nd Street. I just want to piggyback on Ms. Wilson. Been knowing her for years. My grandson, not only that, my wife attended that Head Start. Lena Rahman, that's a historic Head Start. I had our representative as I pay tribute to him, Representative Alcee Hastings came down when Lutheran purchased that building there, and that Head Start. I've been involved in their programs. It is a program that is very much needed. It is historic and it's cultural. I don't know who did not go to that Head Start. And my grandson went there 2 years, me taking him and getting him every day. And right now he's in the 5th grade going to the 6th. He was Scientist of the Month in December. Excuse me. I mean, this is a program we definitely do not want to, not even relocate it. It is convenient for people around in that area to get there. I used to take my boy there on my shoulders. It's that easy from 2nd Street. So I would ask that you all consider not moving that, but give whatever attention we can to improve it and increase that lease. I would appreciate it so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. My name is Wayne Forster. I also would like to speak on behalf of the Head Start at 909 Northeast 3rd Street. I'm the facility supervisor for the area. And I like to say that when we started working there with facilities, the building had its problems, but we did a considerable investment to bring the building up to a good standard, and we look forward to bringing it up to a better standard for the kids. It's been a pleasure working at that building. It's great to see the kids have a facility where that's clean and safe. And I think in this environment that we have with COVID, it would be a hardship for the kids and the families to relocate in the near future. So my statement is that I would really love for us to maintain that building and stay in that facility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't want to forget the people online, so I'm going to unmute the microphone of Drew Martin. Mr. Martin, you have the floor. Drew? I see that your hand raised. All right, I'm going to mute you and go to the next person in line, which is now Jacoby Waters. It says you're currently self-muted.
Good evening, everyone. I am Jacoby Waters, the founder and executive director of Young Men of Distinction. I'm coming today to want to bring our efforts of Young Men of Distinction, as well as our newest group that we get ready to launch later on this year, called Ladies of Distinction, into the Boynton Beach area. Since we've started in 2019, we've been very close with the Boynton area, but we want to take that to the next level. We want to really make an imprint in Boynton with our various different community service project ideas that I currently have in my head, and I would love to sit down with the mayor as well as the commissioners to discuss those ideas to, really kind of make an imprint in the city of Boynton. A little bit about Young Men of Distinction. It's a mentorship program for young men ages 7 through 18, and our motto is helping to create generational wealth and empowerment. Our ladies that we right now currently are accepting applications for are the same age as the boys. So we would greatly appreciate the help of the city to be able to help us connect with the youth in the city, since I know we're kind of like visitors to the city, but we don't want to no longer be visitors. We want to become family and let it be home at Boynton Beach and really engulf ourselves in the community of Boynton.
All right. Thank you, Jacoby, for reaching out to the city to help form a partnership. What I'd like to do is, I guess we'll ask Lori if it's okay to have a discussion with our Parks and Rec, because we do have the new Arts and Cultural Center, the Historic Women's Club. to see about what we can do to help finding local partners in the community to help make a better Boynton Beach. And so is that something that your staff can do?
Would certainly, yeah, we would look forward to sitting down and meeting with him and look at what opportunities we may be able to pursue. Definitely.
Thank you. Okay, so Kobe, if you want to send me an email, and I'll forward it to our city manager. That way we can get this moving forward.
Yes, sir, will do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have virtually Mary Mertz. You are currently unmuted and you're self-muted. And now you've hung up. Next, we have Thomas Remicchio. You're currently self-muted. If you'd like to speak. All right. And so let me get back to anyone in the audience who would like to have public comments.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Enelani McColeman. I'm a policy council member, representative of Boynton Beach for the school. I represent over 100 students and parents for the school, the location in Boynton Beach, and I'm also a resident here. There's a lot of things that's gonna be missing, taking away from the kids if the school were to be moved. For instance, I have my own kid that go to the school as well. And also I have parents that talk to me, and also they catch a bus. They just get on and get off the bus and they just walk those kids to school. And as well as me, when I have to go to work, it's easy for me to get from and on and off I-95 and drop off my kids and go back to I-95 and go to work. So it's a very convenient location. And there are a lot of parents that are gonna be missing from that program if that happens were to be taken away from them. Also, I know this school is a great school and the program is very good for all the kids. For instance, I have my sisters who their kids went to the school back in the days. By the time the kids reached first grade, they were already reading at third level readers. And the school they went to was very hard, but the kids were just on honor roll. They were all like A's and B's for the school. And I have a lot of other parents too that can also say the same. And I've heard about this school before I even had kids, how great this program was. When I got lucky enough to get in that program, I was very blessed because I was a single mother, not single mother, I'm sorry, parent, stay-at-home mom, who weren't doing anything but needed to go to school, who had a husband who didn't want her to do anything but take care of the kids. So when I walked away from my marriage, when I separated from him, I had to get a place to put my kids. And I was very lucky for this program to take me in with the kids. And now I have my kids. He's in kindergarten and he's able to read very well, and the teachers are very happy with his progress. Please, I ask you to reconsider and not to take the school, the location away from these kids because parents are unable to take the kids other places. This is very convenient. It's off the Seacrest and parents get on and off the bus to go to school. Please, I ask you to reconsider and keep the kids in the program, keep the location. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
If I can get some clarification, Mayor. Ma'am, are you referring to the same location?
Boynton Beach Head Start, yes.
Head Start, all right.
Yes,
thank
the
you.
one that's in on Northeast 900, Northeast 3rd Street or 3rd Ave. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Street.
Thank you.
And is there anyone else in the public at the city commission, at the city chambers? I'm gonna unmute the people who still have their hand raised. Yes, Mr. Martin.
Yes. Yes, this is Drew Martin with the CR Club. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm calling about a ordinance, and I'm not sure if this is on the agenda tonight, but it's an ordinance, polystyrene foam waste reduction ordinance.
Yes, it is on the meeting tonight.
Okay. Would you prefer me to wait to speak on that, or would you like me to go ahead?
the clock is running now, so if you'd like to talk, and if
I
you
just
don't.
want to speak in favor. I just want to speak in favor of any ordinance that reduces the amount of polystyrene foam waste in your city. I believe that plastic, single-use plastics, which polystyrene is one of them, are a real negative in the environment, particularly a city that has its own beachside. We see that all these single-use plastics are getting into the environment and really impacting sea life. But in particular, polystyrene, anything you can do to reduce polystyrene, it doesn't really recycle. There isn't really anything to be done with it. It's very lightweight. It tends to get out in the environment and cause a lot of damage. So I would very much be in favor of anything that your city could do to reduce the amount of polystyrene and single-use plastics in the environment. I also want to compliment you on your celebration of Earth Day and wish you best of luck. But my main point is that I hope you'll work to reduce the amount of polystyrene that is used in your city. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. And Mr. Thomas Remicchio, you have 5 seconds to unmute and to speak at public comments. Otherwise, we're going to close public audience and move on to administrative. All right. Public audience is now closed. John, do you see anyone else with their hand raised or asking a question?
No, Mayor Grant, just that one last individual.
Okay. Public audience is now closed. And we will move on to administrative annual appointment of eligible members of the community to serve in vacant positions on city advisory boards.
Mayor?
Yes.
I don't know if this is the time to bring it up or we could wait until later. I know Commissioner Romulus did add that agenda item regarding the advisory board ordinance, but I did ask staff if they could send to you an Excel spreadsheet of all of our current members, as well as their number of absences. I just wanted to make sure that you guys did receive that.
Yes, I did see that.
Okay, and I just want to have the commission take a look at that because, I'm seeing numbers that are, I think, off the charts in terms of the number of absences. We're seeing people who, out of 14 meetings, they're missing 50%, if not close to 50% of meetings. So this is just a little bit alarming to me. And I just want to make sure that the commission takes a look at that as we make these decisions moving forward.
And so we have the Art and Advisory Board. Because we have a lot of different positions, I'd like to, I guess, have each commission member appoint their member, and then we'll do a second collectively for each board. Is that okay?
That's fine with me.
Thank you. So we have 2 positions available, or 2 candidates for the Art Advisory Board. There are 3 positions available. So Commissioner Hay, do you have someone you would like to appoint?
Mayor, I think he lost connection.
All
He's
right.
trying to.
Commissioner Romulus?
Sorry, Mayor, couldn't get into my mute button quick enough. I'd like to appoint Saddam Silverio.
All right. And Vice Mayor Pensurga?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to appoint Cortland McCure.
McQuire.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. May I have a second for both nominations? Commissioner Katz?
So moved, or seconded.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Building Board of Adjustments and Appeals, we have 4 regular and 2 alternate positions available. Commissioner Katz,
Sorry, I'll nominate Paul Bortz.
all right, and Commissioner Hay. No, you said that he was unable to get his microphone. Commissioner Romulus.
I'll nominate Sanford Goritsky.
Do I have a second for those nominations?
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing nothing, motion passes unanimously. The Citizens Oversight Committee, we have 5 positions available. And Jim, if there is an open position, does that person, so we have 2 people seeking reappointment and there's 3 other positions. I don't want to take someone else's position. So how would we do this so we don't take someone else's position to leave a vacancy?
Mayor, I'm not sure I understand your question. There's 2 positions for appointment, but 3 people that are interested?
No, there's 5 positions available and we don't know whose 2-year term I'm voting on. So it's like if I nominate Adam Kerr, that's for his position on the Citizens Oversight Committee, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And that the 3 people on the Citizens Oversight Committee that have not seek reappointment are still on the board for the next meeting.
Yes, sir. They hold their position until their seat is filled.
Okay. Or they seek reappointment.
That's right.
Okay. So I nominate Mr. Adam Kerr as the Citizens Oversight Committee. Commissioner Katz?
Alexandria.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Vice Mayor Pensurga?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Yvonne Scavron to the CRA Advisory Board.
I would like to nominate Joe Josmond to the CRA Advisory Board. Commissioner Katz?
Goalie.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
1 second. I have a question for staff. If Catherine could unmute herself. Catherine, you sent us an email of the absences. I just want to make sure I understand your spreadsheet correctly. Regarding there's a column here that says year that the allowed absences were exceeded. And it says here that Ms. Gordon exceeded her allowed number of absences, but in 2019. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, so if there's a year designated in that column, it basically means that that individual was sent a warning notice, because I believe, and Tammy can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's after 3 absences, you're sent a warning notice, and then at 4 absences, you would be removed from the board. And these are unexcused, unapproved absences as well. So obviously if somebody's sick or, they have a legitimate reason, these are basically just no-show absences. So that column means that in 2019, that individual was sent the warning notice, but they were not removed from the board, is my understanding, because they did not exceed the 4 absence requirement.
Thank you, Catherine. That was my point of confusion, because the column said allowed absences were exceeded. It sounds like what you're saying is it wasn't exceeded, they're just at the edge.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. There was several other, other people on here. And so I've been meaning to flesh that out. Thank you.
And so I believe we do have a second for the 3 CRA Advisory Board appointments. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Mayor,
Yes.
just as a point of clarification to carry forward Vice Mayor's conversation, if these individuals were to exceed their absences, it's an automatic dismissal from the board. It's not something that we have to opine on or anything, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. That is all, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm moving on to the Education Youth Advisory Board. I will nominate Lori Wilkinson and Commissioner Katz.
Francois, last name I cannot pronounce.
Come on, try. Alexei Deviu.
I think.
Oh, please don't. No, it's
please.
Calix Gerville.
It sounded good to me, Mayor.
Yeah. All right. And Commissioner Ramos, will you provide the second?
Second.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. Historic Resource Preservation Board, Commissioner Hay is still absent.
Yeah, we're working on trying to get him a call-in number, Mayor.
Okay. And so if Commissioner Romulus puts her as an alternate, would she need to reapply to be a regular at the next meeting so she can attend this month as a board member? Catherine or Jim? My question is that if Commissioner Romulus nominates her as an alternate, she would be able to attend the board meeting as an appointee, and then she would have to reapply to be a regular member? Or should we table this until Commissioner Hay is back at the meeting?
You should table the matter.
Okay.
I move
So
to
may I have a
table.
motion? Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Planning and Development Board, I'd like to nominate Trevor Rosenkrantz. Commissioner Katz,
Chris Simon.
and with Commissioner Hay not being at this meeting or not being able to speak at this current point, I'll ask for a second for the nominations.
Second.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. May I have a motion to table Commissioner Hayes' appointment?
Motion to table his appointment.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Mayor,
Yes.
before we move on, I just have a point of clarification. If either city clerk or the attorney could help me understand, all these individuals are applying for these regular positions, or all these, I'm just confused why there's so many applicants on this list. Are these people not on the board already?
Some of them may be on the board, but their terms have expired, but they're still eligible to serve another term.
Okay. I don't know. I've just never seen it like this before. I'm a little confused.
Yeah, we consolidated it for the ordinance. So typically, just the terms would expire at all times throughout the year. So that ordinance, one of the main purposes, and Jim, please correct me if I'm speaking out of turn, but one of the purposes of the ordinance was to consolidate this process so that annually the board members whose terms are expiring, it's all done in March, or their terms expire March 31st of each year. So they're if they want to reapply and be reappointed, that happens one time every year as opposed to every meeting. That doesn't cover the vacancies due to people resigning throughout the year. So you will still see items like this come back to fill those vacancies that pop up throughout the year. But this is trying to consolidate the process as much as possible so that there's an annual.
No, I understand that. I think what I'm trying to clarify is, so these people now who are on this list, what does it mean? Are they not on the board anymore? Do they just continue month by month? Do they just continue month by month until we reappoint them? What does this mean for the other people who are on this list?
On this list, yes, their terms expire March 31st.
But they continue to serve, or no?
They do continue to serve until their seat is filled. That allows for the proper transition. By way of example, if you had no applicants and needed an additional month to find applicants, you wouldn't want to have a board that was so short members because terms had expired that the board could not conduct its business. So there is a carryover provision until the seat is filled.
Okay, so at this moment, these 4 individuals who are on this list, their terms have expired, but they will continue to serve until a position. I'm just confused. I don't get it. I'm sorry. Am I the only one?
Their terms, by virtue of the ordinance, their term, they have a term limit. When the term expires, they are required to step down if the commission is ready to fill that vacancy. But to prevent a vacant seat occurring, and therefore perhaps not even a quorum at a board meeting, they get to carry over until their vacancy is filled.
And what prevents them from just reapplying for the vacancy? Are they not seeking reappointment as Chris Simon and Trevor Rosencrantz are?
They may have reached their maximum terms. So they would not be eligible to reapply.
Okay, can somebody just give me clarification on that? If that is the case, these 4 individuals, if they've reached their maximum term and they cannot be reappointed to the board, because that would give me some clarity a lot.
Yeah, well, let me just read you the provision that's in play here with respect to that. Our ordinance provides that no member shall be appointed for more than 2 consecutive terms, original term plus an additional term. And that's the clause that essentially term limits them out.
Okay, all right, that makes a lot of sense. So then basically these 4 individuals will continue to serve until other individuals present themselves, and at that point we will appoint and fill these seats, and their terms will in effect end because it was already done. We just didn't have a person to fill in those seats, correct?
That's right. The language was intended to track pretty much the way the seats on the city commission work, that commissioners' terms end, but if there's a disputed election and nobody is elected to fill the vacancy, that commissioner, that seat continues to hold for another meeting or 2 or 3.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Mayor, can you hear me?
We can. So we have 2 things that are tabled for you. Would you like us to remove them from the table?
Yes, I'm not sure which one. I've been having difficulty with my Wi-Fi, so I'm on the phone right now.
No worries. So I'll read it out to you. So can I have a motion to remove?
So moved.
Second.
From the table, the Historic Resource Preservation Board nomination and the Planning and Development Board nomination. I
Okay.
have a first and second. So all those in favor to remove from the table, state so
Aye.
by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes unanimously. You have an easy one for the Historic Resources Preservation Board. You have one applicant, Dorothy Block.
Dorothy Block. I recommend that we appoint Dorothy Block.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Now, for the Planning and Development Board, you have 4 people seeking a regular position. Their names are...
I want to move that Kevin Fishner.
Okay. All right. And do we have a second? Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Mayor,
Yes.
I have a point of clarification now.
Yes.
So being that Commissioner Hay just appointed Kevin Fisher for his regular spot on the Planning and Development Board, can someone clarify for me if this individual is now serving a second term or if they are now over and have reached the limit of their terms? Because they weren't applying for reappointment or whatnot.
Well, I went by his credentials when I read.
No, I understand.
Okay.
Commissioner, I think we were having a conversation that you weren't part of earlier, and so it's just that there's some confusion, and I just want to make sure I understand the language of how we're carrying out this ordinance.
Thank you.
The question is, Jim, was Kevin Fisher allowed to even apply to have this position or appointment?
If he has already served 2 terms, he is not eligible for reappointment. I'm just looking for one section here. Yeah, that's it. That's the limit. So I don't have that particular list showing how many terms he's already served, but he's not eligible for a 3rd term.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, Mayor, Vice Mayor. This is Tammy, the Deputy Clerk. Those 4 additional people you see on that list, they are new applicants seeking appointment to this board. They have never been on the board.
I believe Kevin Fisher did serve on the board for a while and then took some time off.
Okay, then I stand corrected, but he was not previously serving when this term expired. He's looking to serve again.
Okay.
He would be eligible under that scenario.
Thank you, Tammy, for the clarification. Are we okay?
And isn't Cortland McQuire currently serving on the P&D board right now?
No, he is not.
He is not. Okay.
All right.
So
he's on the Art Commission board, our Art Advisory Board, and just
Okay.
apply.
I just want to. Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Tammy.
All right.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
Moving on to Recreation and Parks Advisory Board, I'd like to nominate Eugene Fagan. May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously, and we have 1 position available on the Senior Advisory Board. And then the other thing that I wanted just to put on is the discussion of going down to Tallahassee for the Florida legislature. This is something that we did last year because it was in January. I'd like to request permission to go down for the end of the session I believe it is April 27th to April 28th to 30th. Normally we're there for the beginning. I've never seen the ending. And the fact is that most of the representatives and senators there are going to be there next year in the even year. So anything that we would like to have a bill put forward, it's kind of like, instead of being it on the first of their mind, it's something that they can think about for the upcoming year, so that we can hopefully get Boynton Beach initiatives there. In addition, we want to make sure that if we do receive any money in the budget, that it stays there and not get line item vetoed. So I'm requesting travel permission to go up to Tallahassee for, what is it? 1, 2, 3 nights.
Mayor,
Yes.
I support your request, and actually, I'd like to join you.
Okay.
I think this should be a team effort.
All right.
And assuming, of course, the schedules work out, but yes.
Oh, well, I looked up at the mass transit, and so I don't know if you're willing to take the Greyhound bus that I did last time. That's what I was planning on doing, and then taking the Greyhound to Orlando and then the Amtrak down because it's,
you know what?
Earth Awareness Month, and so that's where we can help remove the extra carbon dioxide by doing mass transit.
You know what? I might take you up on that, because I remember when we were on that propeller plane, I was on edge the whole time.
All right, so
I'll going up and down.
I'll forward you that information what my plan fight is, and I'll ask the rest of the commission if they're looking to attend.
This is Commissioner Hay. I would not be attending.
And but I believe Jim or Lori, we need a motion for the approval to travel.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I will not be in attendance, but I will make the motion, and I also thank you both for being willing to go forward and advocate on the city of Boynton Beach's behalf. Thank you. So moved.
I will second that motion, and you guys represent us well.
All right, thank you.
And Mayor, if I may add good news, I did hear from Representative Casello that the submitted for old habits, the funding we submitted, the $75,000 for the intersection improvements at Ocean and Seacrest, has made it through both the House and the Senate, is in the budget. So if we can avoid the veto pen, we may actually see an appropriation on that.
Perfect. So yeah, that's what we'll be there for.
Us. Yeah.
And we'll let our city lobbyists let them know that we'll be there, and try to plan our own legislative event.
Was that the same project? Sorry to interrupt. Was that the same project that got vetoed last time?
I think so. We've tried once before. Yeah. Again, this is for roundabout and safety improvements, crosswalk, pedestrian safety across Seacrest right here at City Hall over to the west side.
Okay. I mean, we've fool me once, shame on me. What can we do, I guess, the second time around to maybe help get it across the governor's desk?
We'll do our best.
A hope and a prayer right now, but perseverance is behind us, and the fact that it's made it this far is a very good sign. But yes, we made it that far last time, and that's totally his call on those things. Our lobbyist is working on it for us as well, as much as he can.
And seeing no further discussion, all of those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving forward to a consent agenda, would anyone like to pull any of the items on consent agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Having a motion and a second, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. I'd like to pull up item D. I do have a public comment on that item. Item 7D, proposed resolution 21-036, award bid for Harvey E. Oyer Jr. Park Marina Boat Ramp Improvement Project, and authorize the city manager to sign an agreement to issue a purchase order to Ansco Inc. of Boca Raton, Florida, the lowest responsible bidder in the amount of $967,538 plus contingency amount of $232,462 for a total estimated amount of $1.2 million, which is the budgeted amount. I do want to read the public comment first. It's from Peter Kobe, VP of Operations, Poseidon Dredge Marina Inc. I'm a Palm Beach County resident who lives close to the boat ramp. I'm concerned that the recommended contractor is not qualified and experienced with this type of work. Internet searches of the company show the company is permanently closed. Have they done cofferdam work, boat ramps, and coral relocation projects before? Do they have the required longshoremanship insurance and USL and H as required by the state of Florida for this type of work? So we have a presentation, Gary?
I do have a presentation for you, sir.
All right, I'm ready for it.
Okay.
And so, John, are you pulling that up?
Mayor Grant, I'll be displaying it for the virtual audience, and Alan will be displaying it for in-person attendance in the commission chambers.
Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Mayor, this map shows you an aerial view of the park and the location of where the work is going to be done. We can go to the next slide. Unfortunately, this is a engineering shot showing you what work is to be done. Basically, when you look at this detail or this image, you'll see that it's going to resemble pretty much the same configuration that we have in place. It is altered slightly. If you go to the next slide, please. What I want to show you with this image is the staging area. The area that's hatched off in the top part of the screen is where supplies will be stored. The project will commence in October and last through November, reopen in December. So we're going to shut the park down. Until then, we'll be staging in this area. We'll be putting things that we pre-order, and we'll stock the site and we'll put them in this area, as I said. And so when construction begins, we're going to shut off the roundabout area. In this image here, we've removed the island in the center of the boat ramp area. So that's been paved over. So it's kind of an older aerial. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this project started in design back in August of 2020. Through design, it went through permitting. It's ready to receive its permit. We're waiting for the contractor to be awarded. Once the contract is awarded, the contractor will pull the permit, and we will be allowed to start ordering material. So what will happen is we're going to order the material. It takes about 16 to 20 weeks for the materials to be cast, manufactured, and delivered. So until then, as the items are manufactured and built, they'll be brought to the site and stored in the area that was shown hatched on the previous screen. So if you have a particular question, I brought Kevin with me to talk to you a little bit about the contractor and the contractor's experience.
Okay. So my question for you, Gary, is that I saw that in this morning that there was the ability to get like a small craft on both to the north and the south of the areas. Is that going to still be there under the new plan, or is it just going to be the two?
So you're saying, if you wouldn't mind, yeah, go back
to slides.
Yeah, go back to the second slide.
That slide right there is fine. Yeah, so you see where the boat is all the way on the
very north
three
side?
prongs. There's area to the south of that has the ramp. Is that going to be closed off and it's only going to be the two center?
Nope, there actually is going to be 5 ramps now instead of 4. We're shifting the floating dock. Right now there was a space to the far south where that was where we lost all of our axles off our boats and stuff. But we're going to bring that floating dock to this perimeter of it, shorten up the middle bit, and we'll have two 34-inch spots. So you have actually two ramps in the middle, and then the furthest one will be actually, you can actually utilize it for putting a boat in.
So the furthest north will be able to be put in? Okay. And so basically it's on either side because it's, you said 30 feet, so that's
Correct. You have
in enough
two,
for
two, and
15.
one.
So
Correct.
15, 15, okay. All right, and so yes, the concern of Peter Cobb, I was there today and you saw these little stone crabs that are there, a lot of different fish. And there's a lot of environmental concern we have with this. And so I want to make sure that our vendor has the licenses and has done this before. I believe Andrew Mack said that it would be dredged in order to.
We dredge the channel, actually. The channel part is separate from this. We dredge it every second year, third year.
Right.
The wash. But now as far as the environmental hazards, part of the package that was put together by our architect, that's separate permitting, and all subcontractors, even the site, would have to hire an environmental specialist, which all would have to, and do that work.
Okay, so.
Yes, he's covered and has all that.
So what I would request is that normally we don't get to know about all this environmental information, but I'd like to know about that ahead of time. So when they get the approval, that we can have that out to the public so that the public knows that we are transparent with what we're doing for the wildlife. And so that's something that I'd like to do. You know, the concerns that he says it's not an active company, I'm guessing that's not true.
Not true. Poseidon was also another bidder, so it may be a little bit of animosity there as well.
I can believe that. And I just want to make sure is that we have some, you know, we're required by, you know, we're not required by law to select the lowest responsible responsive bidder, but that's normally what we do. And sometimes that has hurt us by not spending the extra money. And but staff is very confident in this vendor moving forward.
We have worked. He's worked with the city before. So.
Okay. And then the last thing that I'd like to state is that you know, we do have a lot of money in contingency. So if, you know, more than 100,000 is going to be spent, I'd like to have information about that because it's above the 10% threshold that normally is done. And with the commission's approval, any extra funding I'd like to go into, you know, whether it's trees, mangroves, or other types of landscaping to enhance the boat ramp park. And so is that something that we would need to amend the resolution to include if there's additional funding left over?
Well, if there's funds approved.
Mayor, Andrew Mack. Ideally, we'd love to be able to use some of the extra funding. There is the fishing pier there is in need of some work.
Yep.
So one of the items that we're looking at, that if we have money left over, that we would possibly do a change order to possibly fix or repair some of the broken piers on the fishing pier.
Okay.
So that is one of the possibilities. We also, remember, this is a grant funded project as well from the Florida Inland Navigational District. So their money will get spent first. And then we have our funding, which is $650,000 in the next fiscal year.
Oh, that's not right, because it's starting October 1st.
Correct. Also would like to mention that even though we're closing the ramp, we are asking for the permission to prorate the permits. Ideally, with it starting in October, we're going to issue permits, starting issuing them in November, knowing that they'll be available in December. They'll be prorated for 10 months. That way we're not in, and this is the least impactful way to build this project for the boaters as well.
Yeah, and no, and so hopefully I'll still be mayor, and so I'll get that information from you, and we'll see if there's any excess funding, what we can do with it, or put it back into the general fund.
Yes, sir.
And so there's, I guess, no need to amend the motion. All right. So does any of the commission have any of the questions or comments before we move forward with the vote? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve item 7D?
So move.
Do I have a second? Hearing none. All right, I need a second.
Second.
Thank you. All right. Having it motioned and seconded, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. May I have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda over 100,000?
So move.
Do I have
Second.
a Thank you. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. As for item 8A, it is tabled to May 4th. I did request staff provide us with the original workforce housing ordinance and kind of compare what the city did in 2007 versus what we're trying to do now. The city manager's report. We have Commissioner Cass requested staff provide a report on the police department's vaccine staffing levels for the last 5 years. Chief Michael Gregory will make the presentation. Chief Gregory.
Just a second, I'm finding him in the list.
I got him unmuted. He's currently self-muted.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. As stated, this presentation was requested by Commissioner Katz regarding staffing activity in the city and the police department over the last 5 years. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the matter with all of you. I'll start with just saying how this is one of the most serious topics we have in the police department is how we go about selecting the next police officer. It's a great responsibility. There is a lot of regulation within the state of Florida with what are the requirements by the state for how we select an officer, and then what are the requirements for those who we do select. So it's two parts, one in the process, and then one in what are the qualifications for the individuals. And we have to do a lot of due diligence reviewing both aspects when we start making the decisions of who we will actually issue a firearm to, who will issue a badge to, and give them the authority to stop vehicles within the city limits and stop subjects, to take away liberties of subjects and people in the city for criminal investigation or suspicious activity. It is a great responsibility, and it's something I take quite seriously. We've spent a good amount of time in since I've been here, July of 2018, looking at our process, evaluating what works well, what hasn't worked so well, where we can make improvements. And we've taken action to make improvements to the process with the hope of being able to create a more efficient selection process, working very closely with HR, and I appreciate all the assistance Julie and her team have been able to provide us with this effort. It's certainly a multi-departmental initiative. And as I walk through the slides tonight, I hope you'll be able to appreciate the enhancements, the efficiency that's been created, and it looks like we're taking the staffing levels in the right direction as far as reducing vacancies. Let's go to the first slide. So we'll start with the statistics we've retrieved from HR department. Over the last 5 years, we're looking at fiscal years from October 1st through September of each of the fiscal years, going back for 5 years. Or as a reminder to keep all the numbers in context, I have up in the upper right-hand corner that we have 156 allocated police positions in the budget for the last 2 years, I believe. So we can see in the first column on your left, if we talk about police officer or law enforcement officer attrition, that's people who've left the police department during that fiscal year. And as you see, going back to the first year, October 2015 to September 2016, we had a total of 22 people leave the department that year. I don't have all the breakout of why they left, but for some reason, they decided to move on. The next two columns talks about the status of the person we hired that particular year. So we had certified hires and we had non-certified hires, 19 certified, 2 non-certified, for a total of 21 hired in that fiscal year. The next column talks about how many were retained in that fiscal year. So of the 21 hired, how many of them are still employed today? So of that 21, there were 14 only 14 stayed, which equaled out to about a 67% retention of those employees hired in 2015 and 16. And that back in that period of time, they were looking at about a 5%, five vacancies at the end of looking at how many left, how many vacancies they had at the start of the year, and then how many hires they made. They were still left with 5 vacancies. And that's the process that each of the rows looks at for each calendar year. You see in 2016 through 17, we had an attrition of 14. We hired 16. Of those 16, 8 still are employed. So only half of those employees are still with the police department, and the vacancy rate went down to 3 that year. The next year, we had 16 people leave the department, and we hired 10. So we didn't make the attrition rate on that. But of those 10, 9 still are with the department today for a 90% retention, and we had 9 vacancies as a result of what was left over that particular year. Into 2018 and 19, you see I've highlighted that one in yellow. We had 9 folks leave the department. We hired 6 that year. 4 remain with us today, and we were left with 12 vacancies at the end of that period. One of the things I wanted to comment and highlight for you there is that that particular year, we kind of changed so the selection process had a tweak made to it. And that was where we, if you might recall, I believe it was July of 2018, we had the combine, police hiring combine. That was a new approach. There was heavy marketing going on in 2018 for the combine. A lot of applications were received. I'm told it was somewhere upwards of 400 applications were received due to the marketing of this new concept, new process of doing a combine selection process. Combine being similar to what we have in sports combine, like a football combine. So it was hosted out at the Boynton Beach High School. And the department and HR had to go through those 400 applications, find the ones that looked most successful, and invite those folks to participate in the first wave of the combine. I believe 75 people were in the first wave of invitees to go through a series of exercises, physical and I believe a 3-question interview at the high school. And then based on the scoring of how successful they were with the physical activities, push-ups, sit-ups, running around the track and the like, they would then get a score, and the highest scores moved into the background investigation process. As I mentioned, I highlighted that period of October 18th to 19 because that almost over half of that period, roughly through May, we spent working those applications, disqualifying folks who didn't meet the standards that were in place at that time, backgrounding the folks who did meet the standards and had the highest scores coming out of the combine, checking their references, checking their neighbors, talking to their previous employers, criminal histories, all the standard things that we do for employees. We spent that majority of that year working on those applications. So the point there of the 400 applications, you see that we wound up with 6 hires, of which only 4 remain with us still today. So it was a great manual effort that went into that process. And I could recognize while we're in the middle of it, that this, I really didn't feel it was going to be sustainable. It took a lot of staff time. It took a lot of HR's time, and we had a limited ability to process background investigations because of staffing internally. So we needed to reevaluate how we did that. And that's what took place during that year while we were still processing all 400 of those applications and determining who was going to be disqualified and who would move forward to the next testing element. We started designing and contracting for some expertise to come in and help us reevaluate our selection process, reevaluate our standards for hiring, our qualifications for hiring. to try to create a more efficient, less overhead process that's sustainable for us the size agency that we are. And that came online later towards the end of 2020, going into towards the end of 2020, going into the beginning of 2021. So at the end of that, you see on the October 1, 2020 through April 5th, 2021, we are left with 5 hires. 4 have been retained and 13 vacancies at this point. I'll mention that right now we're sitting about halfway through this fiscal year, so the last year isn't a full year to compare to the others. It's a half year. We still have the other half to go, and as I'll show you what the new process looks like, we have candidates in every element of the new process. So I'm pretty comfortable we'll see additional. I'm very comfortable we'll see additional hires and recommended hires throughout the remainder of this fiscal year, which will take us above the 5 hired. Hopefully we'll see 10 or more. And again, I'll make the point we have only 13 vacancies out of the 156 allocated positions at this point in time. So the question becomes, where are those vacancies? So if we can go to the next slide. We don't want to overwhelm any one area of the police department with vacancies. So what you'll see here is the 3 divisions we have: uniform services, support services, and the chief's office. Uniform services roughly represents about 75% of our police officers are in uniform services. The support services, which is our investigations section, training, and a few other units, represent about roughly 25% of the department. And then the chief's office has about 5% or less. So we've distributed those vacancies across those areas so that no one area is having to be burdened with all of the vacancies, all 13 vacancies. So you see patrol, where we have those folks in uniform taking calls for service every shift. They have 5 vacancies that are waiting to be filled in their ranks. The specialty units such as K9 and traffic unit, neighborhood officer program, Marina, those are all our specialties. We've carried another 5 in those specialties, so they don't affect the patrol units and the calls for service that are coming in, and the men and women who are trying to take vacations and leave and do training in patrol. It's balanced across that. Again, support services, which is our investigations training, is only about 25% of all of our police officer staffing. So we carry about 3 vacancies over there for the time being, and 0 in the office of the chief. We have, I think it's about 5 to 6 people, sworn people assigned to the chief's office. I will also want to highlight that as you see in patrol, we have 5 vacancies. However, we have 4 shifts. So we have day shift and a night shift on a platoon, which you could, just for simplicity's sake, let's say that covers the first half of the week. And then the second platoon, day shift and night shift, on the second half of the week. So there's 4 separate shifts that have officers, supervisors assigned to them. Those 5 vacancies are spread across those shifts. And what the point I'd like to make is that we just had we had 3 recruits in the academy. They just graduated last month, and they're in training now. They'll be going into their PTO training, which is like field training. That's 3. They'll be in field training for 3 to 4 months, and then they'll move into these vacancies in patrol. We have another 3 folks that are currently in the academy. They'll graduate at the next graduation, which is, I believe it's end of May. They'll graduate, then they'll move into training for patrol for the next 3 to 4 months as well. So that's 6 folks that we've already hired that'll be moving into training. That will fill those vacancies in patrol, and then allow us to start filling the vacancies in the specialty units and the support services units. So we've already hired the people. They are here on payroll to cover those, to be assigned to those patrol vacancies to help strengthen our ability there. Yes.
Chief, if I may interrupt you for one moment, are you referring to a particular point in your power? I'm just trying to follow along from your slides. Is
So
there a
we're on
slide that I'm not
vacancy
seeing,
distribution,
or?
and we're talking about the 5 vacancies in patrol.
Chief, I
Okay.
believe, did you update your presentation? I saw that you sent it to ITS, but we didn't get it out to the commission, so I just sent that out. Is this an updated version from what was published?
It is an updated version of what's published.
Additional
However, I'm
slide.
looking at what it appears has the what I'm looking at. It shows 2 different. I mean, it shows the 2 versions, and they're the same. So there's the version I believe has the closed caption remarks on it. That's the same one I'm reading from.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So you see where it has uniform services with 5 in patrol and 5 in specialty units.
Yeah, I
That's
don't think that in your initial presentation, when you first sent me the PowerPoint, or I don't know that was that in the initial published version.
The one from last week, no.
Okay.
There were questions that
wanted.
came up since then, and I included the responses in this updated presentation.
Okay, so commissioners, I just emailed that to you, so you have the latest version. I'm sorry I didn't see that in my email to get that to you sooner.
Not a problem. Thank you, Chief. I just wanted to follow along as you were speaking,
Right.
and I wasn't sure where
Just
that
didn't
was.
look familiar, right?
All right, well, thank you.
Thanks,
No
Chief. Sorry.
No problem at all. Okay. I was making the point that on this slide that says vacancy distribution, where we're talking about how we spread the vacancies through the department so they're not all in one area, and that we've got 3 people out of the academy and going into field training. We've got another 3 people who are about to finish the academy, which is a total of 6 folks that we've already hired. When those folks finish their training in the next 4 months, roughly August timeframe, they are already slotted for those start helping us fill those uniform services vacancies, and then we'll work in our way into the support services vacancies as we continue to bring on new folks and get them out of the training process. So we're prioritizing how we fill those vacancies and where we put those bodies when they come online. Next slide, please. This one is titled Other Agency Vacancies. The point there isn't for comparison or to equate how many we have versus how many vacancies these other agencies have. The point I want to make here is merely that this is an issue that doesn't go away. We will be filling vacancies into the future. It's important that we remember also that we're competing for candidates. These agencies that are listed here are generally either our size agency, or they are someone who our applicants frequently tell us they have also applied to. So to a certain degree, there are our competitors for this small applicant pool of successful and qualified police applicants. We're all competing against each other. So it's very important that we recruit, that we market what the benefits of our agency is over others, because believe me, when I haven't seen, I don't believe any applications in the last few months that show someone who only applied to us. These folks are applying to other agencies, and they're looking to get hired where there is a streamlined, efficient process with good benefits and salary. So I just wanted to use this slide to kind of illustrate the fact that we're not in this alone. All agencies around us are trying to hire, and we're all looking for the best and most qualified candidate. And of course, as you could expect, the more vacancies you have, the harder you're out there trying to push your agency for applicants to come to you. So we want to make sure we're able to market and recruit successfully. Next slide, please. So this talks about that attrition column back on the first slide where we started, just to kind of clarify a little bit more on what attrition actually means. Some of the most common elements or types of attrition are retirement, resignation, and termination. And the most common of those, you might say, are between the retirements, which we all really know what that is, and we celebrate, and resignations. And the question is, why do people decide to leave? Why do they resign? Sometimes it's just not a good fit. We have applicants who come on board and they realize that this job isn't quite what they thought it was. And I think some of that goes towards the issue of when you use what I refer to as a shotgun approach of recruiting, where you just advertise and only market to anyone on Indeed or any of the well-known social media and websites for applicants. When you only market to this broad approach and you're not targeting your market, you can fall in the trap of having people get hired with you because they see the salary and what they think looks good, but it's really not fulfilling for them. It's not a good fit, but for what they want versus what we have. Also, a higher order of needs. We'll have candidates who come through who have in their own mind what they think the job should be, and they want to do more and be more, whether it be another type of position or be a different role within the police department. They're not satisfied with just patrol, perhaps. So they want to move on and find something that helps them pursue those paths. Lack of growth opportunities. Even though we're the fourth largest police department in the county, we're the 156 officer department. We have several very good specialty units, but obviously larger departments have more. And the turnover in those areas are higher than they may be for us. So some folks are really, really aggressive. A lot of our recruits are millennials. Not to say there's something wrong with being a millennial, but they like to move around. They like activity, like to be motivated with opportunities to try different assignments and try different areas. And when there's not a fast pace for that, they may want to move on to a larger agency that they can be able to apply for specialty units quicker because they open up faster. And then the last one, there's certainly salary and benefits, which I think historically has played a larger role into some of those resignations, folks looking for better salary and better benefits. So those are some of the explanations tied to resignations and why we see attrition generally in the field. Next slide, please. So here we're talking about some challenges that we have with the selection and hiring process. There are internal challenges and there's external challenges. On the internal side, here, well, what we identified early on with that, after we went through that combine exercise, was that we went through a period opening applications for periods of time, small windows, where it's either 30 days or 60 days, someone can apply for the position and then that window closes. So if you didn't get your application in that short window, you've got to wait. Like the folks who applied right before the combine, when the application window closed, no one else could apply because they weren't able to make it into the combine. And then we had 400 applications. So now it took an exorbitant amount of time to process all those applications, and folks really weren't eligible to apply because we had plenty of applications to work on. So doing this application period really starts to work against you. It's better when you can have open and continuous hiring, at least for police officer positions, where people can apply without that fear of I got to get it in right now, whether it's accurate, whether it's complete or not, just to get it in the hopper, you might say. Here, when it's open continuously, they don't have that rush. They can get their application completely filled out. All the documentation needs to be provided, collected, and submitted online. In addition to that, there was inconsistency in the assessment process. So as I mentioned, we did the combine that year in July of 2018, but when the window of opportunity to put your application in prior to that, we had a different assessment process to measure the quality of the candidates that were applying. And then we had the combine process. So we want to try to establish a process that's consistent, that's efficient, that's effective with giving us qualified applicants at the end of the day that we can repeat without too much overhead or burdensome, being too burdensome to the agency. And then the other challenge, it has to do with insufficient background investigation capacity. As I mentioned, we had one person dedicated to full-time doing background investigations, and we had several people who had other lateral assignments that worked on backgrounds part-time in the police department. Regarding the external challenges, obviously we were really set back in 2020 dealing with COVID. But prior to COVID, we had historically low unemployment rates. So it was a double hit. Going into COVID, those unemployment rates were very, very low, record lows. So we don't see a lot of folks applying for police officer jobs when they have other well-paying positions that they're employed in. And then we had COVID where there was a lot of unemployment, but it put restraints on how do we contact people? How do we process people? How do we share information about the police department with folks? And there is a lot of folks who are just generally not qualified that were trying to get into the process. We also had to wrestle with the societal perception of policing. As we know, we all remember what happened last summer with the protests and the challenges that we had across the country with the image of policing. That hurt our branding across the country, that is, and that reduced the number of applications of qualified individuals seeking these positions. And then, as I mentioned on the previous slide, we have a high level of competition. We're not in this by ourselves. All the agencies in Palm Beach County are trying to hire officers, and agencies in Miami-Dade, which is, Miami-Dade County, as well as Broward County, are all fighting for the same Southern Florida pool of candidates. So it's quite a competitive process. So we can't really change those things in the external world too much. They're out of our control, but we do have control over that internal section, those items over there. And that's what we've worked on the last year and a half, 2 years, trying to tighten up that what's within our realm of being able to control and improve. So with that, as I mentioned, we hired an expert company, Morris McDaniels. They do testing and evaluation for police candidates across the country. They also do promotional assessments across the country. They're well renowned. They actually do test development for the state of Florida as well. We were able to hire them, have them look at our process, make recommendations of where we can improve it, and what are the most modern methods that we can bring on board in our system to try to evaluate and identify the best candidates to move forward with. And that's what we did. So if we go to the next slide, we can see what the result of that process is. Apologize if it's a little jumbled, but we were trying to accommodate the closed caption at the bottom of the screen, so we had to push everything up a little bit and squeeze it in. Starting at step one, we've always had that. That's the application submission process where folks see that we have a vacancy. The city uses NeoGov online HR software, and candidates submit their application and all their background documents in step one. The folks who've satisfactorily met our minimum requirements with the application and the submission of their background documents move on to step two, where they're invited in to take a series of assessments. We do a computer-based assessments where they have a multiple choice test that they complete, and they also do a video-based assessment center, which on this slide, the company refers to it as a structured oral process, but it's basically a video-based assessment center. Those assessment tools are scored by the vendor, and those raw scores are provided to HR. HR then finalizes the scores with all of the appropriate CBA requirements that may be applicable. And then we see the highest ranking score applicants to the lowest ranking applicants on it, what you consider an eligibility list. We then move those people at the top of that list over to conduct an oral board vetting type interview, where they're asked a series of questions about their suitability for the position and how they think about law enforcement, and you might imagine it's a traditional oral board process. And the folks who were successful and passed the oral board vetting interview move on into being offered a conditional job offer and going into the background investigation phase. There's a thorough background investigation conducted, includes interviewing of neighbors, previous employers, references, financials, criminal histories, computer-based voice stress analyzer assessment, psychological assessment, physical exams, drug screening, and more. We really scrutinize a lot of details for the people coming through that process. The ones that make it through there at step 4 are either going into the academy or they're going to take a state exam for equivalency exam. If they come from another state and they had a police certification in that state, they can take a shortened version equivalency exam to transition into a certification here in the state of Florida. With completion of all that, they get sworn in as sworn members of our organization. So that's the 5-step process that we've got in place now, what the elements involve. It's very efficient, and we're able to manage this without exorbitant amounts of staff being involved and taken away from their regular daily assignments. So next slide, we'll see a little bit of the results that we're seeing there. Here we see that we are looking at the male versus female genders of the applicants that come through the process, and the races of those who come through the process. I'll just highlight that we see very, very good diversity coming from this new selection process. Females are near equal to the number of males that are successful in the process and get ranked in there. You see 44% African-American females versus 41% African-American males, 27% Caucasians versus 28% females versus 28% males. So there's an equilibrium between the balancing of males and females, and then of the races that we have good representation of through the process. You'll see also where there's a smaller print with percentages for tier 1, 2, and 3. That's merely the HR breakouts of the higher scores, the middle tiered scores, and then the lower tier scores. So tier 1 is the high tier scores based on their testing rank. Tier 2 is the middle of the pack, and then tier 3 is the lower end of the pack. And as you can see, we still see consistency and representation of genders as well as of races throughout the process, which is where we really want to see that balanced approach so we can have a balanced selection process. Next slide, please. So that brings us to where we are now. So we're back to that slide we started with, but I've highlighted the last 2 fiscal years, well, actually 1.5. We're halfway through this year and then the prior year, and that's where we start to see the results. We see our vacancies are coming back down. I'll mention that as I said earlier, we now have applicants in all elements of the process. And elements, I mean the steps that we looked at earlier. We have people applying every month. We have people taking the exams and testing every month. We have people doing that vetting interview and oral board every month. We have another group of folks who are in backgrounds investigations. We have another group of folks who are in the academy. We have a couple of folks now who are waiting for the equivalency exam, equivalency course to because they came from out of state as a law enforcement officer. And when we're bringing folks into our onboarding orientation and the field training phase, we have 3 folks going into that, like I said, and then this month they'll be starting their FTO, PTO training. So we have folks in every aspect of that selection process, the beauty of which means that now we should continuously see people coming out at the end of the process. So we shouldn't have these big spikes and little lulls in hires and in processing, because we have folks continuously moving through the pipeline, and we'll still have a large number that get peeled off who aren't successful, but we should start seeing consistency with 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5 numbers of groups of people coming in every few months. And we'll continue to monitor and track that. And then we'll go to the last slide, which kind of tells us what we have to look forward to going with the new process. So I'm looking to try to do a very high level and generic attrition forecast for you there. Here, it's very difficult to forecast your future attrition. So there's one factor that is relatively stable for us, and that is those folks who have signed up and contracted to participate in the DROP program, the Deferred Retirement Option Plan. They actually designate what the date is that they're going to leave service with the city when they enter the DROP. So we know what those dates are, and when I looked at the list that's out there, this is how it stacks up. This current fiscal year, we'll see three folks are slated to leave us as a result of the DROP retirement plan. 1 has already left. We have 2 more for the remainder of this fiscal year that will leave. Next year, we can expect 2 more that'll leave resulting from retirements. And then by 22, 23, we'll see 5 in that year. So it'll spike up a little bit and it'll go back down. So that's generally the forecast we can expect. But what that means is we need to keep this process going, keep the applications coming in, keep building that eligibility roster so that when these occur, we have people to draw on to fill those vacancies. Also, there's inevitably some number of folks who just leave earlier than the retirement date for whatever reason. They may want to move, or there's some change in their family situation. They want to go to a new area. Those will be on top of these in each of those fiscal years. So again, the importance of keeping the process flowing, keeping the applications coming in, keep the background investigations occurring so we have a healthy list of available applicants to start plugging into these openings once we eliminate the 13, and we can focus just on what's going to happen in the future. So again, thank you for your interest in it and listening to that overview. We've spent a good amount of time slicing and dicing this and evaluating it and coming up with what are the right standards, what are the right processes, how can we make this efficient, not too heavy a lift for the staff, at the same time making sure we aren't lowering our standards and keeping it where we have the highest and best quality candidates and applicants that we're selecting to bring through the process and bring on board our organization. And we believe we've made a lot of headway in that vein. So with that said, thank you for your attention. I'll be open for any questions you may have.
Commissioner Katz, I'll let you begin.
Thank you. And first and foremost, thank you, Chief, for the presentation and the extensive background information to make it even more poignant. The reason I raise this is pretty simple. I try to relate my own experiences, and as a teacher, I know when a school is down teachers, other teachers tend to share some of the workload. And, I thought particularly because of COVID this year, that whether it was teachers or our police or whoever, that this cropped up as an issue that I remember being of concern going a couple of years back and just wanted an update on it. And like I said, I appreciate all the information you provided, and it looks like, and per your description, that we're kind of starting to bring the arc of vacancies back down to levels that we saw a couple of years back before they kind of ramped up. I think that the pay plan that was enacted, certainly would stem the tide of attrition. So we hope to see that take effect as we move forward. And if the hiring practices per your predictions or your statistics this year show, we're recruiting at a higher level and we're holding more people and not losing them. And it excites me to think that, the goal is to be 100% staffed up, I assume, and we're getting closer and closer as that new class goes through their training. So I don't have any kind of critical comments or anything of that nature. I was looking for information and you provided it. And again, I thank you for that. And I spoke briefly with the city manager just to talk to her and plant the seed that, whether it's you or her collaboratively or your leadership team in the police department, don't shy away from continuing to look at new opportunities to entice people to come in. Like you said, we had the combine, we implemented the bonus for hiring, previously trained police officers. So if there's any other ideas on the table to kind of add to that portfolio to help cut that vacancy number down, I fully support whatever your expertise and the city manager's guidance would do to continue to get us closer to 100% staffed. So again, thank you very much, and I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
Chief, my big question is that, are we doing anything to help get our local youth involved in becoming police officers?
Yes. So part of that is exposure to the police officers and to get an idea who they are, and they're real people that have a family and kids of their own, and get to know them. And we've been able to do that with our Explore program. That's one of our most successful ways of having continuous contact with the students and bringing them into the department and exposing what the police department's about. Sadly enough, COVID really limited how much we could do with them in this past year of 2020. Has pretty much been a write-off. but we have big plans as we get through the summer of reigniting that, remarketing it, bringing fresh faces into the program again, and looking to really giving them, making sure we're focusing on giving them the skills that will help them to transition into a law enforcement career in the future. So that's a big one for us. And then again, what we do with the NLP program, interacting with the students at Carroll and Sims, interacting with the students at our local schools. I think a big portion of breaking down that barrier as to why someone wouldn't want to be in law enforcement, or giving a counter argument to what they see on social media, is a life experience where they get to meet an officer and talk to them and socialize. So those are the types of things that we're actively working on as we transition out of COVID.
Thank you, Chief. And yeah, please let me know. I know that the Police Explorer program is something beneficial, and whatever I can do as the mayor to get more kids involved, please let me know. I don't know. I know other cities have a police athletic league. So are the police involved with the other local athletic leagues like East Boynton Beach, Little League? I guess now it's the Bulldogs.
Yes, the Bulldogs. Yes, as well as the after-school basketball league. We support both of those efforts. And in lieu of having our own PAL program, we fully support the Bulldogs for football and the basketball league over at Hester.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else from the commission have any questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hay, why don't you begin?
No, I just wanted to really commend Chief Gregory for his presentation. That was very informative and very good information to have. And you guys are doing a great job. I really wanted to work closer with the Bulldogs and with the police department. I think that's an excellent vehicle for promoting your program, as to getting kids interested in being officers. We had, I believe, you had a bonus program at one point, or you still have it. You want to comment? How did that work for you? Did that turn out okay, or what?
Are you referring to the hiring bonus for certified officers?
Yes.
Well, thanks. So we've not had a great success with that, and we implemented that last year in COVID. And as I mentioned, 2020 seems to almost be a write-off for us with a lot of activities that we had hoped. We haven't seen a lot of folks wanting to leave their department, leave that security blanket to transition to a new department during 2020. So we didn't have that this year, 2021. We do have one officer who's coming to us now from New York, and he will be eligible for the certified officer hiring bonus. And then we're hoping to see more as COVID restrictions are lifted and people have a little less fear of stepping into the unknown when there's so much unemployment and so many challenges going on right now. But I think we need to give it a little bit more time. And we'll do so. We'll be doing more marketing and highlighting that. It was a big point of conversation when we did our online recruiting event. There were several questions about folks from out of state and if we have a hiring bonus and things like that. So we will be continuing to push for that.
Okay. Very good, Chief. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for that presentation. Chief, I just want to make sure that I fully understand the numbers that you have on your tables, so I have a clear sense of where we are with vacancies. So from your presentation, it sounds like we're on the right track, and we have many people, or a handful of people that's in the pipeline, so that's all good news. I'm happy to hear that. If we could go back to the numbers of people leaving, the number of vacancies, the number of people we're hiring, that particular slide.
I think that was the first slide after the cover page.
Yes. So, my first question is, I'm trying to understand, the number of vacancies, and my common sense tells me that vacancies is relative to your baseline. And so that could mean a couple of things. What would be a normal amount of vacancies? What would be an industry standard, if there is? Another way to look at it is, if it's relative to the number of positions allotted, I think you said 156. And a third way to look at it is, vacancies is really relative to how many we should have. So is that 12 based from, so for example, 2018, 2019, is it correct of me to say that at that point in time, we had 12 vacancies from the allotted 156, or what does that mean exactly? What is
Yes.
that relative to?
Just to be technical, I guess, I believe in that fiscal year, our allocated number was 155. So that 12 means that out of 156 or 155 allocated police positions, 12 of them were vacant, less than 10%.
All right, thank you for that. And so that's allocated 155 or 156. Now, for a city of our size, do you think that's an appropriate number to be at, or should we be at a higher number or lower number?
Well, ultimately, we want to be at the lowest conceivable number, preferably 0. So, and I think the challenge with trying to compare
the total number of police officers we should have for a city of our size. I'm trying to make that vacancy count relative to how many we should have.
Well, I can say now, for being here a little over 2.5 years, I think that we'll want to reevaluate that allocated number going into the future. Right now, as you see, we still have 13 vacancies as of today. So our number one priority is to eliminate those and get it down to 0. But looking at future years, I think it will be only prudent for us to do an assessment of what should our staffing level look like going forward the next 5 years or so, as we look at our strategic planning and we look at where we need to be and we look at what's coming up on the horizon with the new construction downtown, the new developments going on in the city. Our traffic counts continue to rise that we see on our major thoroughfares, Federal Highway, Seacrest, Congress, the east-west corridors. All of those have higher traffic ratings, and associate that with traffic crashes often result from that. So we need folks to handle those. And then looking at our population compared to the number of officers, looking at our crime rate compared to the number of folks who are full-time residents versus the number of officers. There's a number of different methods of looking at staffing levels. And I don't think there's any one that is the one thing you look at. You don't just say, okay, the national standard is three officers per 1,000 residents. Everybody has to have that. That just doesn't work right. It's more of a art than it is a science coming up with that staffing level number. And that's the exercise I think that we have coming up for us next, now that we seem to have implemented an effective process for selection. As we start to drill down and reduce and eliminate these vacancies, we need to look at and evaluate where do we need to be as our allocated number going forward.
All right. So building off of that, in that year, 2018 to 2019, right, it says there were 12 vacancies. And in the following year, there was an attrition of 7. So that was down 19. And it says here that we had hired 2 non-certified individuals. Could you just remind me, what exactly does non-certified mean?
So that means that the applicant does not have a state of Florida certification. They don't have a license to be a police officer in the state of Florida. And that means we categorize them as non-certified. If they were a police officer at another agency in Florida, or they had graduated the academy and became certified, they would be in the other column.
So these individuals have yet to go to school through the academy? The non-certified?
Either they have yet to go to a police academy, or they have yet to take the equivalency course to transition their out-of-state certification to a state of Florida certification.
All right. Now, part of my confusion is that as I read that, if these individuals, and hearing what you just said, if these individuals are not yet ready to be on the streets, if you will, but I noticed that you counted that and you removed it from the vacancy count, right? So we were down 19, then you said 17 because of the 2 hires. But if those 2 hires aren't on the street working until many months later after they've gone through the academy, the field training program, I'm just having a hard time understanding why we take those numbers and then we reduce our vacancies. I mean, on one hand, it's a vacancy filled in terms of paper employment, but these are not boots on the ground, if you will. So it's like, we had an analogy for teachers. They've hired teachers, but they're not certified or they're not qualified to be in the classroom just yet. So the classrooms remain empty and other teachers are still subbing and taking over their students and so forth. So why are we counting them? Like, why are we counting them if they're not even finished with the academy?
That's a great question. Thank you for that. So as you all are quite familiar, we do have a budget that we have to approve every year. And in that budget is the staffing levels of all the departments, including police department. So we're allocated 156 positions, police officer positions in our budget. That is what we have to hire from. That is what we have to pay from. We don't have dollars elsewhere to take from for those positions. When they become vacant, meaning someone left the organization, someone attrited, we then have to hire someone for that position. So it's a 1-for-1. And when we hire someone, they go into that position that had been vacant from someone who left. They resigned, they retired, they were terminated, and we hire someone and we put them physically into that position number, and they get paid from that. So all the folks, like you said, those 2 folks that were listed there as non-certified, they had to go to the academy or they went to a equivalency course, and they were on salary. They were covered by city insurance. They were covered by workman's compensation. They took up the position that had been vacant, and we have to control that closely so that we don't accidentally hire too many people, and we can't. And we hired above our number, and we also want to monitor it so we fill up all the ones that are open. As far as the impact of them not being in training and not being on the road, there certainly is an impact, but there's also an impact for our employees who are in military service, where they are hired, they're on payroll, they're in a position, but they're not here on patrol. They are serving our country, either locally or abroad, and we appreciate that service and we recognize them for their service to our country. It's the same situation. They aren't here. They aren't in patrol. They aren't in briefing. They aren't taking calls for service. Similar to the officers who get injured. They aren't on the road taking calls for service, but we can't count them as a vacancy, and we can't count those people on military leave as a vacancy either. They're all in that same situation where they are hired, they are receiving benefits from the city. However, they are not in the capacity to operate on a daily basis on a shift schedule and receive calls for service or take cases to investigate because of some other category they fall into. Like I said, military leave, they're in training, they're on FMLA leave. We've had officers who take FMLA leave for any number of medical conditions. They aren't there, and we still have to cover our shifts. Often that's with overtime or the reassignment of folks from specialty units back into where we need them the most. That's part of the nuance of managing the staffing in the organization, because we do closely look at how many people are out on military leave, and that's been a big impact for us. Not to look at it in a negative light, but there's a consequence to our support of our military employees, that when they're gone, others have to pick up that slack, just like you said, Commissioner, and cover the shift. So it's no different. We can't count the military, we can't count the FMLAs, we can't count those as vacancies, and neither can we count the people who are in the police academy.
Thank you. And I understand what you've just said, you know, for all those reasons that you provided. And I guess the difference here is, in my mind, and maybe we're using the wrong, or I'm using the wrong vocabulary. So there is the technical vacancy, right? The position and whether or not somebody's on the payroll, whether or not they're on FMLA leave or whatever the situation might be. In my mind, the more important number is staff count. Maybe that's the better way to put it. The actual number of bodies at any given moment, because that number is the number that really tells me about capacity of our police department. What happens if there's an emergency? Do we have enough people on the road? At that point, I don't care about the number of paper positions that are filled or not filled or any of that. At that point, what really matters is the bodies, the number of actual people ready to go, able to respond. Well, thank you, Chief. That was just a point that I was struggling to understand from the numbers, so I appreciate your explanation.
Thank you, Commissioner, very much for those questions. And just to that point, I'll just highlight that what you mentioned is actually the role of our managers, our squad, our shift commanders, our major of operations or uniform services, our assistant chief in uniform services, and assistant chief in support services. That's their role to make sure, no matter, because we have to deal with folks who are not at work any given day. It's whether they're in the academy or they're on military leave or they're on medical leave, they're in training this week or out of the area. The shift commander and the detective bureau commander, it's their role to make sure that no matter who's missing, we reallocate our personnel to ensure that we have a safe number of people being on the road, taking and handling calls for service. So we know what it is for midnight shift and what it is for day shift in the detective bureau, and we give them the latitude to bring in folks on overtime if need be, or to reassign folks from other areas as needed to make sure that we have enough people in patrol and in our specialty units. So to the point, hopefully that helps clear it up a little bit, that as I showed on the other chart, we're talking 5 people in patrol, 1 missing from each shift, and 1 shift that has 2 missing. That's the impact we're talking about, because all 12 in the example that I've highlighted there, all 12 of them are not in the same unit or the same shift. They're spread across the department, which means they're not that big of an impact to any one area. The bigger impact actually comes from the military leave, the FMLA leave, the folks who have medical leave, and the like. That's where we see a larger amount of coverage issues coming from, because as I said, we spread those vacancies across the organization, and in patrol, there's 1 missing per shift.
Chief, one of the items you have under your hiring challenges is you mentioned insufficient background investigation capacity. And I think you had said something along the lines of some of our own people are doing the investigations. Have you tried using a third party? Is that possible to kind of accelerate the number of people we can do background checks in, and also just accelerate the number of candidates that we can go through? Whatever tier number it is.
Yes, another very good question. That is an area that we are actually focusing attention on. We've have 1 full-time person and a few people who have this as a lateral assignment that help out. But we've also been successful in last fiscal year bringing on a part-time person for background investigations. And we are very close, it looks like. If we haven't put them on board already, we'll be looking to onboard somebody the next imminently. That will be another part-time background investigator for us. So I am actively asking our staff to look for folks who meet the qualifications for background investigator and can contribute to this effort. And we also looking at 2 other areas, one being what you mentioned, contract services. While I haven't found many contract services that can do all of the background because it's quite extensive in the things that we have to look at, but at least if they can help out with portions of it, that will be less that our internal staff has to do. So we are looking at the possibility of some contract companies who can potentially help out. And we're looking at procuring some software that will also help us track and facilitate some of the many tasks involved with processing a background. Something as simple as sending out letters to previous employers or sending out emails to references. The software has the ability of compiling all of that information in one place and sending out these form letters and form emails to the applicants' references and previous employers, and helps us to send it out and receive that information back into the computer software. So that's another area that we're looking to exploit. Like I said, we're looking at every side of this that we can look at to see where can we squeeze out efficiency and get the most effectiveness in our results.
Chief, my final question is on the slide that shows the demographics and the percentages based on these various groups. And you have here the applicants are in tiers. What exactly does a tier 2 or tier 3 candidate mean? And are we not taking 2s, but we're only taking 1s, and we're not taking 3s, but only 2s? What's happening with the tiers? Are we just, or is this just an order priority, but we review all of them? How does that work?
Awesome question. When we were on that slide, I mentioned it kind of quickly. So the tiers are merely a method of associating the ranking, the raw score the candidate gets off of their multiple choice test and their video-based assessment center. When they do those two exercises, they get a score that comes back from the vendor. That vendor provides those scores, the compiled score, back to our HR division, who create the final overall score for each candidate through the assessment process. Those scores are then grouped from 100% perfect score down to the lowest score of anyone who took the test. And to make it easier for us to know where to start and where we are in processing folks, we look at grouping the highest scores into tier 1. The mid-level scores are in tier 2, and then the lowest of scores of applicants on the testing assessments are in tier 3. Obviously, when we start with tier 1, and we start moving those people into the background investigation phase and processing them from the eligibility list, which just starts with, like A's, B's, C's, and D's kind of thing, I'd say.
Is there a cutoff here? Are we putting a limit on we only take 2s and up, or?
No, they're all on the eligibility list, and we work them until we exhaust the list or the list expires after a year.
Gotcha. All right, Chief. That's it for me for now. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you so much for the great questions. I hope that I've been able to answer them all and enlighten everyone as the new process works.
Thank you. I do not believe there's any questions from the audience. Moving on to staff overview on federal earmarks and American Rescue Plan.
Mayor.
Oh,
yes, Commissioner Romulus.
Still here. Yeah. Hi. I have no questions because Vice Mayor already basically asked them all. So thank you, Vice Mayor, for doing all the hard work. Simply just want to say thank you to the Chief for compiling all that information and sharing it with us. And also just thank you to his staff as well. As I think one of the questions was, what are we doing to teach the upcoming generation about law enforcement and helping to kind of introduce them to this career path. And one of the things that they did along with the rest of the city staff was to receive some of my students that we had brought to visit the city hall and really get a firsthand look at how city government works. So just want to thank our police officers and police department for engaging in that, as well as our other public servants. So this is just another way to show that, the work continues. And even in the midst of COVID, we definitely, respected all the COVID guidelines and still allowed for high school students to be exposed to this potential career and future opportunity. So just wanted to put that in there and say thank you to our police department and our other departments for participating in that day.
Thank you, Commissioner Romulus.
Mayor, gonna give a shout out to your HR director and her department as well, because they do a phenomenal job of keeping all this data. So that was a concerted effort between Julie and the chief putting all that information together.
Thank you. And now to the staff overview on federal earmarks and American Rescue Plan. Is any new information?
Just real quick, because on the federal earmarks that are back, House Representative Lois Frankel will be able to submit 10 projects to Congress for consideration of funding, I think first to the Appropriations Committee. So, very quick turnaround for cities, counties, nonprofits, you name it, to be highly competitive, to possibly seek some project funding in a variety of categories. And the deadline was March 31st. And I think we literally had less than 10 days to turn things around, but now the deadline is April 9th, this Friday. So we have come up with the project areas were response to COVID-19 emergency and addressing economic effects of COVID, government services that were affected by a revenue reduction resulting from COVID, investments in water, sewer, broadband infrastructure, transfer of private nonprofit funds, public benefits corporation involved in passenger car, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so with the quick turnaround, staff, we came up with a list of about 7 projects that we think would meet the criteria and intent of the representative's submittal. So in speaking with her staff, we got a little bit more insight to, the project. I think you could submit up to $1 million project. The reality is she only gets 10. So the sweet spot, we were told, is $500,000, $300,000 to $600,000 in terms of submitting something that would be more realistic. Several projects that we had identified were over the $1 million mark. So we ended up coming down with the 2 that you have in your backup that we think support the, a regional benefit, homeland security. It tags into several of the areas that she's looking at that we think, we can pitch, and hopefully she's willing to pitch to possibly get funding. So our first project, well, let me back up. Before I mention those 2, one of the keys to any success of getting any funding is to have as many letters of support from the community that we can. That alone takes time. So we have had 3 or 4 staffers just scrambling to reach out to get letters of support that would provide the most backup and, again, broader scope of support outside of just Boynton Beach. So we ended up with a regional emergency response unit. It's something that PD and fire in the city has wanted to be able to do for quite some time, but it's something we would typically seek a grant for. And it will serve as a mobile command center. I can go into more details. I know it's late, so you tell me how much you want me to put out there. That's a $600,000 project item. We believe strong regional benefit there. All of our service communities that we provide emergency services to, we will be able to get letters of support from Police Chiefs Association, Fire Rescues Association, all the way up to the state level. So we think it's a unit that we could take anywhere in the county, perhaps with a major disaster under a mutual aid situation. So we're going to pitch that project. And a regional crime prevention strategy that's got a little higher price tag at $750,000. That involves adding additional security layers to our public parks throughout the city in higher risk areas. So we literally have to submit this Friday. We are working now on getting letters from the community. We hear the more letters, the better opportunity we have. And we've got those 2 going in. And I don't know how long it'll take to find out, when we find out when they're actually appropriated. I don't know that right now. So that's just the earmark program. And keep in mind, all of this stuff got dumped out on us in about like a week's time, about 2 weeks ago. So then there's the ARP.
Lori, I don't see any attachments.
It
should be right in the cover sheet, Vice Mayor.
No, I see it on the cover sheet. I mean,
Right.
there was no other.
We don't have any attachments. This is just a quick, quick explanation on the two projects. And then the American Rescue Plan, yeah, the city's going to get 14.9 million within the next 60 days, and that's literally just about all we know. We have, I might be off on the exact date, but soon we will be receiving, we're an entitled community to receive an allocation. It covers 4 or 5 key areas. Guidelines have not been written yet, specifics have not been written yet, so we are attending numerous webinars and sessions from the county, state, and national league on where we think the details are going to fall in some of the categories. So we will bring back to you what we'll try to prioritize a project list, and also wanted to chat with you tonight on what, if you've had the chance to read the cover sheet, what areas might be a priority for the commission. I could read the, if you'd like me to, Mayor, go through the categories.
On the cover sheet?
Yeah.
The 4 bullet points?
Yeah, for the rescue plan.
It says respond to the COVID-19 emergency and address its economic effects, and provide government services affected by a revenue reduction resulting from COVID-19, make investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, and transfer funds to private nonprofit groups, public benefit corporations involved in passenger or cargo transportation, and special purposes units of state or local governments.
And I just realized I read that for earmarks and I was confused on that. I'm sorry, I read the wrong section. That wasn't the earmarks. That is the American Rescue Plan. So we're working on some project ideas now. The devil will be in the detail of what we will be able to do with the funds specifically, and we're just urged to await guidelines. They're literally writing them as we speak, and would be coming back to the commission on that, of course. But in the meantime, I know you've mentioned some things. I think Erwin Cineas, his request tonight is probably related to the possible use of some of the funds for nonprofits. So we're on it, but we would love some feedback tonight. And then I think, as soon as the guidelines come out, we'll be able to hone in on some specific project ideas. But if the commission would like to steer us in some direction of perhaps some priorities on what we can do with that you would like to see, we will certainly focus our efforts on that.
Thank you, Lori. So one of the things that would address the economic effects of COVID-19 is, for me, is reduction of the millage rate. I do not believe the cities are under the same policy of the state, and this would not be necessarily reducing the taxes. It would just be reducing the tax percentage. In addition, I'd like to put hazard pay, I believe, to our frontline workers, not just police, fire, but our water utilities, our sanitation, and everyone, parks and recs, people who work in this library, people who were out there interacting with the public for the city to help benefit the government services. And then for the transportation of passengers, we have never moved forward with a bike sharing program here in the city, and I'd like to move forward with that if we cannot find a nonprofit partner to move forward for the city to implement that through Parks and Rec, as it is something that is needed with the 16 square miles, and especially with the complete streets that are happening in Boynton Beach. You look at Federal Highway, the way it's paved, and the 35-mile-per-hour speed limit. I think that is something that the city can do to help our local residents. And then any arrears in utility payments. And the last would be assistance for first-time home buyers. We see what has happened with investors and pension funds that are buying up residential houses for investment. I feel that we know that we can specifically say first-time home buyers, the assistance that was happened, I believe, 14, 15 years ago, something similar in that. And those would be my 5 things that I would like.
Okay.
And anyone else on the commission has thought, and if they, if you don't have those things planned out, I'm sure you can just send an email to the city manager for her to get a consensus of what to move forward with.
Mayor.
And we're working on a little cheat sheet, Mayor, also that I can send out to the commission that kind of summarizes in a little more detail what those categories mean. That might spark some ideas for everybody. We just haven't been able to do that just yet, but I'll get that out to you this week.
And I wanted to correct you. The way I read the bill is that it's 7.45 million this year and 7.45 million next May.
Right. You get, and I think it's within 60 days of the bill being signed, we will receive the first, I think it's 50%, yes, allocation. We have until December of 2024 is when the program expires. So at least they're not saying, oh yeah, and you got a year to spend it all. We can develop some programs, and because that will take some time to do. So I'm pleased to see that on this act.
Yeah, but yeah, for me, it's how can we invest the money as soon as possible, and then I always forget the feasibility study for that arena to help with the economic effects that's going on with retail, because we have lost multiple retailers in the city.
Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Katz.
Just a real quick, to me, the two most important things for me would be one, investing in some sort of infrastructure that would save residents money in the future, so that the idea of broadband or fiber optic in the city, particularly in lower income areas, that's something that if we could get that to work properly, that it would potentially save, families from having the monthly expense of having to have their own internet, depending on exactly how it would be rolled out and where it would be located. The other one would be whatever we do. I kind of, you look at the federal government and what they've done with the bailouts, not the bailouts, but relief funds. I would personally want to put effort into making sure that the relief was going to people who needed it. So I would be more in favor of targeted efforts to either, get money in the hands of people who lost their jobs during the pandemic, or who are low income earners in general, and might have lost wages due to shutdowns. I just want to make sure that, to me, I wouldn't want to do what the federal government does, which is end up giving relief funds to people who saw no economic downturn in their own family or their own income. So I would be open to making sure, I would want to make sure that whatever we do is more precise than kind of across the board relief, because a lot of people, I've had 2 jobs for the past couple of years. They were not impacted by COVID. So I don't think someone like myself or a family, who hasn't been affected should be getting relief funds versus families that were definitely impacted. That, to me, is a fundamental tenet that I would like to adhere to as best we can with these funds. So saving money through infrastructure for residents, and then any sort of direct relief targeted to people who need it versus everybody. That's all I've got right now, broadly speaking.
Mayor.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
So let me say that a lot of the things you said, I like, millage rate and so forth. But I think before we talk about specific project ideas, it might be more useful to begin with some broader parameters that we could all agree to. For example, one thing that came to mind is, this is just my take, I don't think we should be spending this money on something that the previous stimulus has already covered, right? So I don't want to be redundant. And number 2, if we can keep the dollars in. So for example, if we're giving some funding to some nonprofit, that they spend it in the city, so we have a multiplier effect. And let me just take a step back about the idea of making sure we're not doing something redundant. The idea of municipal broadband came to mind. It's something that some cities are doing, but I also know, that's a good thing. I'm all for it. But I also know that we have our Wi-Fi project, right? So I want to make sure it's not redundant with that, and and how would that be different from that? So that's one of my questions. And the third, the third principle or guideline for me is, yes, we have urgency and we need to spend it on people who are affected the most. I'm there with you, Commissioner Katz. But as much as it is possible, I do not want this to be a one-time expenditure. If there is a way to use these funds to generate more funds or continuing benefit in the long run, that's what I would love to do. I think it's like Alaska. They have some sort of like dividend that is it Alaska? Yeah.
So
right. And I'm not saying we're going to do that, right? But the idea here is the same, that it continues much longer than the initial one-time transfer of funds. So for me, let's start with some guiding principles before we pick projects.
So let me be clear. So like the bike sharing is not a free project, but it would be money for the capital investment, so that it's something that, it helps with the transportation of our citizens and residents, and that it's not a free program. It is something that you'd have to pay, and that it is,
Sure.
And that's something that's where I absolutely agree with the enterprise fact, with the broadband fiber optics that the city's trying to implement. It's something that helps make other fiber optics users less expensive. Where, I think Crown Castle owns some fiber optics in the city. I don't know about AT&T and Comcast, but they're more the providers. So it's something that I'm all for, the investment that will hopefully pay dividends. For example, the arena, or, funding needed for the eco park, that sort of aspect that we have.
Mayor, I do have one more question for staff, or maybe just to all of us. Infrastructure is important. I wouldn't argue against that. But I think the law already allocates separate funding for infrastructure projects. I could be wrong. I just want to make sure we don't spend this city fund on the same thing that the law already allocates for. I don't want to be redundant.
So I think the state and city have funding that, since we're in the county of Palm Beach County and the state of Florida, there is funding available through the American Rescue Plan that we could apply through for the county and the state.
That's what I thought.
In addition, there is the talks of the federal infrastructure bill with the roads and bridges and other aspects that I saw the Secretary Buttigieg also talk about broadband as part of that as well.
That's the LIFT Act.
Yeah, so that's something that, I think what Commissioner Katz says, trying to help the people that have been impacted the most, but it's not necessarily giving money away, because I think what Boynton Strong says is that, hey, we need to have them do apprenticeship programs, training, using our makerspace downstairs, using the resources that we have, because we do have classrooms in the Arts and Cultural Center, to help educate the population. I think with what the library is doing with Career Source, the more people that comes to the library on Tuesdays for looking for work means that Career Source is going to be spending more money in our city. So I challenge the commission to help put out the word that if anybody who's now underemployed and unemployed and looking for money from the city, it's something that we have to say, hey, we can't just give you money because you lost it. We want to give you money because you are trying to make your life better.
And Mayor, as we learn more, like I said, I think Vice Mayor, you're absolutely right. Developing some guiding principles. I see us having definitely a few more conversations on this, on what to do the best that we can with the funding. So as we learn more, I will certainly be coming back to you as soon as we get, the more specifics from the feds, and then we'll continue the conversation. But I think you're right, starting with some sort of a sense of what the key areas you want to focus on.
Lori, I missed the most recent NLC conference call on this update on the American Rescue Plan. Do you or someone from staff know when the Treasury is going to release those guidelines? The last I heard was it's coming, but they couldn't give anything concrete.
No, in fact, Jim, not to put you on the spot, but I know I missed the last one. Didn't you say they commented on one that you just recently watched? I don't think they're committal yet, though.
Yes, I watched the National League of Cities conference with the White House on Friday, and all the responses from the White House was that the Treasury Department was working on it and would probably be several more weeks, if not a bit longer.
Yeah.
Still vague.
Yeah.
I do think that they're going to give us the information before the money. And so hopefully, I think it was at May 12th or something. I think sometime in middle May is when the Treasury is going to release the funds directly to us, because we have a population over 50,000.
Correct.
So I think what we should have planned is that second meeting in May to have that future discussion where we can hopefully allocate some money that we know that we want to spend as an investment versus money that we want to allocate for programs, which would be spent over a period of time.
We will work to bring something back to you at that second meeting.
All right. Thank you. And Commissioner Romulus or Hay, did you have any other comments at the meeting, or would you like to just speak with the city manager directly?
Well, I would like to just speak with the city manager directly.
Okay.
Okay.
No worries.
And like I said, well, I'll get that synopsis out so that kind of gives you something to read and refresh and look back on to give it some thought and time.
Right, that's what I was simply going to add. Just if you could, I guess, tally everything that was stated here and requested, I would, basically echo the sentiment of most of my colleagues up here. I agree with a lot of these things, and definitely we want to make sure we allocate the funds properly. If we're already going to be receiving funds for other things, I don't want to duplicate those efforts. I want to make sure those dollars go where they're actually needed. So, yeah, I'd like to just see all that written in written form, because there was a lot said. I want to make sure I kind of keep up with everything.
Agreed.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to our unfinished business, reconsider of Knuth Road future land use amendment and rezoning applications and direct staff accordingly. Jim, do you want to go over this one?
I thought somebody on the planning staff was going to review it with you. But I'll give you the background on it. Obviously, it came before the commission in the beginning of March. Staff initiated land use amendment. The commission took no action on it. So it was neither a thumbs up or a thumbs down. So that the second meeting in March, the commission asked that the matter be brought back for the terminology was reconsideration, not technically a procedural reconsideration. And if the commission is interested in moving it forward, it will come back on the commission agenda for first reading at the next meeting, following appropriate notice to property owners and the public. So I don't know if staff wants to weigh in further than that, but that's the recap of how you got here.
And so we would have to, the costs associated with the publishing of legal ads, preparation of mailing of 129 notices of hearing, and production and installation of notification signs. Do we have the estimated cost of that?
I cannot answer that. I don't know.
Okay.
The notice provisions are handled by the planning staff.
Yep.
I was going to say, I think Mike's prepared. Right.
Hi, Mike.
Good evening. Mike Rump, your Director of Development Services. I don't have numbers in front of me, but been doing this long enough, I could probably estimate your news ads. The newspaper cost will range, being over 10 acres. I think it's a quarter-page ad. That could be anywhere between $300 and $600. Mail out, that's mailing to those postage, staff time. The signs to be posted on the property, there might be 2 or 3 at most, and those are nominal fees.
All right. So pretty much under $1,000, you would think?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason why we did this is because the property owners came to us and informed us is that they need the city's help rezoning it mixed use. The current local retail commercial is not necessarily the best use of the project. The downside with the city commission zoning it suburban mixed use is that any site plan that conforms, I'm sorry, with our suburban mixed use zoning is permitted, versus currently we have the ability to decline it because we have our sole discretion of converting it to suburban mixed use. The fact is that this 10 acres is not mostly forest. It's mostly grassland because of the cows that are on there now. I am going to sad to see that there'll be no more cows in Boynton Beach. But it's something when it happens when you live in a city. So I'm in favor of moving forward with the rezoning.
Mayor.
Yes.
And I agree with you. And, I met with one of the property owners, and I assume everyone else who met with them, saw their basic presentation. And I think that if I remember, one of the reasons that gave pause to moving forward with this initially was that the adjacent development kind of made claims that, if they build multi-story, multi-family units, that it would, bear down on their property and on their homeowners. And when you look at the satellite image of the property we're talking about literally does not abut a single house to any direction really. So I'm not sure exactly what some of the opponents who came in and said they had objections were saying, because it really only abuts a golf course and a road, 2 roads actually. So I have no objection to moving forward with what they're asking, because it is a piece of private property. It could be developed and generate revenue. It's on a main road, so it's not something that's going to, create, traffic through neighborhoods and any of the normal kind of NIMBY type concerns. It seems to make sense. What they're previously approved for, as everyone saw, was a massive retail strip mall that it could not be a worse time for anyone to try to move a piece of property zoned for that. So I'm in favor of whatever they might do if it conforms to the changes that they're asking. I'm 100% on board.
Thank you. Would you like to make the motion?
Yes, so moved.
Second.
All right. Is there any further discussion from the commission? Hearing none. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to new business. Resolution number 21-037, approve and ratify the appointment of Andrew Mack as Assistant City Manager, Public Services. May I have a motion to approve?
Yes, sir. Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a first and second, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nope.
Hearing none.
Was that a vote?
No, I don't think so. Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Mack.
All right.
Thank you. Be careful what you wish for, Andrew. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
He already knows that.
Pretty nice.
Yeah.
We're moving forward from building director to public works director, now to assistant city manager. We look forward to having you stay here in the city of Boynton Beach for a long time, and look forward to all the great work that you have done here and that you will do here.
Thank you, and I feel truly blessed to work for the city and serving the residents in the city. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention all the great employees that work with me and work for me. Without them, I would be nothing. So I really appreciate the nod and this blessing. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Is there any other comments from the commission?
No, we just look forward to working with Andrew like we've done in the past, and I know he's going to do greater and better things. So congratulations, Andrew.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Romulus requested a discussion regarding the City Advisory Board's Ordinance 20-016. What would you like to see changed? Commissioner Romulus, are you with us? Now you are. All right.
Wait.
Okay.
I'm here. This new
Thank you.
platform is killing me. I think this is the first time that we're using GoToWebinar. We were using something before, but the mute button is delayed at least about 5 seconds. Every time I press it, I have to pause and wait. But anyway, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I brought this item up simply because I had some questions about its implementation as I think my earlier questions during our board nominations shows. I got some clarification from my agenda review meeting earlier today, but just wanted to make sure that all of us as commissioners are on the same page about how we want to see this ordinance implemented. Basically, it's just that being that it's now putting us in a position where we would be electing the chair and vice chairs of all of the boards throughout the city. Speaking on my own behalf, I know that I don't know every single member that serves on these advisory boards. So I would rather see it that the boards nominate their chairs and vice chairs, and then we as the commission certify that or approve that. And that way it still kind of gives some autonomy to these advisory boards, but allows for us to have some type of oversight. That's all I think really I wanted to bring up as a topic of discussion on this item.
Yeah, no, I agree with you in the sense is that I would be happy to have a recommendation from each advisory board for our approval, rather than us telling each advisory board whether who is their chair and vice chair. In addition, I'd also like to see it so that the commission and future commissions have the ability to appoint new chairs and vice chairs so that there is that rotating aspect of leadership within our advisory boards. So I do think we need to have it, make that in a motion.
Mayor?
Or can we just do consensus to have the ordinance reworked? But
Mayor?
Sure, hey, yes, please.
Yeah, before we, I don't have a problem with any of the boards nominating who they want as their president and vice, just like Commissioner Ramos just said. But I think we ought to put a limitation as far as they can serve for, I don't know, 2 years or what, pick a number. But as far as us, they pick somebody to be their president, and then it's got to come to us for approval. I don't think, I don't go along with that. I just feel that they know the people, okay? They vote, the majority win. That's who your president, that's who your vice is. The only time we come into play is when there's a time for rotating, as you use that word. That's where I am. I don't want to have to approve everything that they recommend and say, no, we don't want that one. Now they go back and try to fix. No, let them work. Let them work. Give them some sense of autonomy, as was used. So that's where I am.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
if Commissioner was finished. Mayor, I mentioned this earlier, and looking at the spreadsheet that's been provided to us, I'm seeing individuals that we have reappointed that have missed 50% of the meetings. I don't think that's right. I don't know why we continue to reappoint people who don't want to be there. They've missed half the meetings or close to half of the meetings. So I don't know on what technicality they continue to be on the board, but whatever that technicality is, it's got to go, because common sense, if you're missing half the meetings, if you're missing 40% of the meetings, 30% of the meetings, maybe we should let other people have a try. And so to me, that's important, but I want to make sure, I just want to put that out there for all of you to think about.
So
And Vice,
I think with a couple of the boards that I'm on is that you miss 3 in any fiscal year. So it depends on how often they meet. The second thing is that I think, where we have 4 strikes and then you're out, we could put that down to, as I mentioned, 3 in a row.
Strikes, yeah.
So that's one thing there. We can say 3 in a row or more than 50% in any calendar year. So it's like, it's something that we can put in the ordinance if that's something that you'd like to advocate for.
and that's 3 unexcused absences.
Right, 3 unexcused absences. And I'm looking at it, I think it's listed by term. Or I don't know, I can work through this later, but 50% is just not.
No, that's unacceptable.
Right.
Let me just clarify, because I want to make sure we're on. I just want to make sure we're on track with this ordinance. Jim, does this conversation fall within the purview of this ordinance in terms of how many absences somebody? Because is that the same ordinance that we're discussing, or is that something else?
No, it's the same ordinance. It's in section
Okay.
27-4 of the ordinance.
I just wanted to make sure. Well, then
No.
if that's the case, then I wouldn't stop at the 3 in a row. I would say 3 in a calendar year. I think that should be the way it should be viewed, not necessarily 3 in a row, because I don't think, anybody would, unless they just intend to not really serve on the board, would miss it in a row. But somebody who's missing consecutive absences or multiple absences within a calendar year just doesn't perhaps show their commitment to service on the board, and perhaps we can find others that may want to serve in these capacities.
Commissioner, if I may, Commissioner Romulus, I would modify that to say 3 in a term, and the only reason I say that is because some boards meet so infrequently. So you could miss 3 every year. Your terms are 3 years each.
No, they're 2 years each.
They're 2 years each. Whatever exact, it's 2 years each. But you only meet 5 times, right? So
well, then that I would
3 times, or whatever.
The only issue with that is a term, for example, on the P&D board is 2 years. So if you're saying 3 absences in 2 years, that's not a big deal. Whereas 3 absences in a year is a big deal. You would never kick anybody off of a board for missing, 3 absences over a 2-year time frame.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with that, Commissioner Rumbles, that if I would support 3 unexcused absences in a year, I think that has more teeth in it than the terms that we're saying. So I would support the year.
That's fine. I mean, either way, I'm glad that we're making some headway in that direction. I just want to make sure that we don't keep reappointing people who don't really want to be there.
And I agree.
I agree as well. The other topic that I also brought this up and was brought to my attention by our staff was simply that we've had multiple complaints by developers and other parties that we're trying to work with to develop our city, to make our city become the 21st century city that it is. But yet we have a lot of government red tape that gets in the way of that and prevents individuals from really being able to get through the process and streamline it, and make it easier. One of those things being the fact that there is an additional step prior to them convening in front of us and convening in front of the, one of our advisory boards first. Understanding the role of this advisory board in that they're simply an advisory board and have no true decision-making power, it really begs the question, is this something that we want to continue to persist? And should we perhaps look into finding more ways, as we've continued to do in the past, to streamline the process of getting developers and people who want to build in this city a more streamlined process? So it is definitely something that I wanted to feel the appetite of this board in terms of, do we want to look at possibly mitigating some extra steps or steps that are basically duplicating the process of getting an application from submitted to, a permit finally being pulled. We've heard, since I've been on this board, I've heard multiple complaints about all the different things and steps and processes that an applicant has to go through to finally get that permit issued, and all the money that they're paying in the process. And so if we can do things to streamline that and make it easier, then we can continue to, call ourselves that business-friendly community that we pride ourselves on saying that we are. So that's something that I wanted to, bring up as just a topic of conversation, to see what appetite this commission has for that discussion, to see if there's possible ways to, again, streamline that process and reduce or mitigate, duplicating steps along the way.
Well, I, for one, would like to have that conversation.
I as well.
All right. So I think what we'll do is, Lori, do you have a consensus of everything that we've discussed tonight? Or?
No, we do. Between me, I've been taking notes feverishly, and we can go back to the recording.
And so what I'd like to have is just a rundown of everything we spoke tonight at our next meeting, and then we can finalize the consensus to change the ordinance, if that's okay with the commission.
Yes, we can do that.
Sure, yes.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Wonderful.
So Mayor, to be clear, staff is coming back with options.
Correct.
Okay.
And once we give, so right now there's a lot of different options on the table. And so that way staff can put those options in order for us, and we can give consensus to rewrite the ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, now on to
Thank you.
legal. We got 4 ordinances, 1 resolution. Jim, you ready? 21-011.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 23 entitled Taxation, Assessments, and Fees to create a new Article 6 entitled Canal Maintenance Services Special Assessment, to provide for the levy and collection of canal maintenance services special assessments related to canal maintenance services within the City of Boynton Beach, providing for definitions and findings, authorizing the imposition and collection of a canal maintenance service special assessment, establishing procedure for notice and adoption of the canal maintenance special service special assessment role, and correcting errors and omissions, providing that canal maintenance service special assessments constitute a lien on assessed property upon adoption of a canal maintenance services special assessment role, establishing procedures and methods for collection of a canal maintenance service special assessment, establishing the priority of lien over prior recorded liens or mortgages, providing for severability, conflict, codification, and an effective date. I know that's a lot, but I do want to point out that the ordinance tonight is only the framework for future action the commission would have to take to truly establish the assessment. There is no number embedded in this. It's just the structure to later come back once the costs associated with canal maintenance contemplated here are calculated and a formula is developed to bring back to you so that you could tell members of the public what they will have to pay if the assessment moves forward.
All right.
Mayor.
Yeah, I'm in favor of moving forward with this. Canal maintenance is a lot to do with the environmental aspect. This is our freshwater system that leads into the intercoastal that, for myself, I put on my grass. So I want to make sure that it is healthy for the fish and other fauna that are there, and the flora that are, fauna and flora that are there.
Absolutely. Mayor,
Yes.
thank you. As this is my district, I just wanted to make sure I chimed in here. This is this is the first step in many steps to mitigate an issue that's been happening in the Chapel Hill community, Diane Drive area specifically, and these residents, and I'm sure there are several here who are in attendance tonight that are in favor of this. So I do ask the support of my fellow commissioners to support the passage of this ordinance and to help bring some closure to this issue that's been outstanding. I'd say basically since I got elected, this has been an ongoing issue, and I'm glad that we will see some sort of resolution to this multiple years later. Unfortunately, it just shows how slow government moves, but at least we're getting closer to the finish line.
All right. So if that's the case, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion from the public? Seeing no in public, any discussion from virtually? Can we have everybody? Yep, I see somebody.
Yeah, Mayor Grant, there is a lengthy comment by Mr. James Hendricks.
Right. I don't know if I got rid of that. Do you have that access to that comment, or did it go?
Yes, I do. If you like, I can read that into the record for you.
Hold on, I'm trying to see if I can pop it out. No, did I just delete it?
Okay, I have access to it, and I'll go ahead.
Right.
This is by Mr. James Hendricks, posted earlier at 7:49 p.m. this evening. And his statement is, this is in regards to item 12A, canal maintenance services. As one of the property owners along one of the canals affected by this, I want to thank Commissioner Romulus and city staff members, most recently headed by Andrew Mack, for their pursuit of this measure. We've been after this since early 2018, and after extended efforts, seem to have a fair and equitable solution that the vast majority of property owners voted for late in 2018. This ordinance is an ideal solution that allows the only common link, which is city government, to gather required funds from the variety of year-round residents, absentee landlords, Airbnb, or similar owners to contribute their share of the costs. These canals are heavily used by many others other than residents. An example of the traffic is the kayak fishing tournament being held on April 10th, on the 10th of April. In the run-up to this, we see dozens of participants preparing by cruising the canals all week for several weeks prior. Some overarching support is much needed. Thanks for your help. That's the end of his comment.
Okay. So there's a kayak fishing challenge that's going on in our city this weekend. So I'll try to reach out to get some more information on that. And there's no other comments. We have a motion and second. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Hyde?
I'm here. Yes.
Commissioner Romulus?
Yeah. Yes. Aye.
Mayor Grant?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pansarga?
Yes.
Commissioner Katz?
Commissioner Katz?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, I was muted.
No worries.
That was
Okay.
the
That was a
It
yay.
was 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to our next ordinance, proposed ordinance number 21-12, I'm sorry. Approval
An
ordinance
ordinance,
amending.
an ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Part 2, Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Offenses Miscellaneous by creating a new Article 14 entitled Polystyrene Foam Waste Reduction Ordinance, prohibiting the use and distribution of polystyrene foam foodware, encapsulated polystyrene foam products, balloons, and confetti on city property, providing for definitions, codification, conflict, severability, and an effective date.
Alan, could you unmute Rebecca?
Good evening, Rebecca Harvey, Sustainability Coordinator. I do have a presentation if you would like to have it, Commissioner, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Okay, John, could we get the presentation loaded, please? Okay, thank you. I realize it's late, so I will try to go through my slides fairly quickly. This first reading is following up from our commission direction that was given at the February 2nd meeting. The purpose of the ordinance is to regulate the use and distribution of polystyrene foam, otherwise known as expanded polystyrene, or commonly as styrofoam, as well as other single-use plastic products on city property, in order to lead by example, protect the health of our residents, and promote sustainable practices in Boynton Beach. On the next slide, there's a brief summary of the February 2nd discussion, which followed from an earlier discussion on November 17th, 2020. We focused on February 2nd on identifying the specific materials that would be regulated and confirmed the Commission's desire for a phased approach to implementation. Next slide, please. The regulation applies to 3 groups: city contractors and temporary vendors first, individuals who rent city facilities, and all individuals on city property. But implementation and enforcement will differ among these groups, and I will cover that in a moment. Next slide. Following Commission direction and staff recommendations, the ordinance specifies that polystyrene foam items, including both the foam foodware and unencapsulated polystyrene foam products, will be prohibited from all city property and facilities, and that confetti and balloons will also be prohibited from outdoor areas of city property. Next slide. This is a slide I shared in my first presentation back in November. I just wanted to reiterate that alternatives to polystyrene foam are widely available. I did some research. Here's an example from Webster on Store, looking at a foam clamshell container at 9 cents per unit, and there's a variety of alternatives ranging from 4 cents more per unit up to 13 cents or so more per unit. So there are options, and when you're talking about plates and cups, the cost differential is even much less than that for just paper plates and cups. Next slide. Staff has outlined a proposed 5-phase approach to implementation. So phase 1 would start after the ordinance passes second reading, if it does. And we'll focus on engaging city staff and internal vendors at the golf course and Oceanfront Park to ensure that the city is leading by example. We will assist with finding alternatives to products for our own staff use as well as our vendors' use. And during this phase, we will also focus on integrating the ordinance requirements into city contracts, vendor applications, special event permit applications, and food truck inspection criteria. Next slide. And phase 2 is launching the Pass on Plastics pledge for facility and pavilion rental. This voluntary pledge will provide a rental discount to users who commit to not bringing the banned materials into the facilities for the duration of the rental agreement. There will be 2 versions of the pledge. The indoor pledge will be to not bring or use polystyrene foam foodware and unencapsulated polystyrene foam items. The outdoor pledge will also include balloons and confetti. The pledges will include photos of the items so they are clearly understood, and these pledges that are signed will be stapled to the rental agreements. Everyone, regardless of whether they choose to sign the pledge or not, will receive educational information. And on the next slide, we have included a mock-up of the educational flyer for the Pass on Plastics pledge. And this is included in your materials. I'd like to thank the Surfrider Foundation of Palm Beach County and also Oceana, your nonprofit organization, who have assisted with educational materials. So the goal here is to be holistic. Although the ordinance just bans specific materials, we're following best practices used in other cities to use holistic educational messages focused on the overall goal of plastic reduction. This would give us flexibility moving forward in our branding in case we want to expand the tent later to discourage other environmentally damaging single-use plastic items. So the front of the flyer focuses on the general message of refuse, reduce, and reuse, and the back includes more detailed information specific to the ordinance on the polystyrene foam, balloons, and confetti. The front also includes these QR codes, which will link directly to lists of alternative products. And if you already printed this and tried them out, you'll see they go to an example page on the Surfriders website. We will update these to go to a page on the city's website to list where people can buy alternatives. Next slide is phase 3, focusing on vendor outreach. So from about July to September, and then on an ongoing basis, we will work with staff to contact current vendors as well as the current and previously certified food trucks in our that our fire department keeps a list of, to inform them of the new policy. We will provide a similar informational flyer for the vendors with QR codes, but focused on wholesale products for food service. And we will also provide thank you kits, swag bags, publicity to the vendors to make it a positive policy and a positive educational campaign. In phase 4, we will launch the full-scale public outreach on the next slide. So once we have our internal house in order, we see going wide with the public outreach and all the traditional media, as well as reaching out through our existing partnerships with the Green Business Recognition Program and other community partners. And then finally, on the next slide would be the enforcement phase. And as specified in the ordinance, enforcement would not happen until after a full 12 months of educational period. So no earlier than about July 2022, we will begin to enforce the ordinance. For contractors and temporary vendors, a violation will be deemed a material default under the terms of the contract, lease, or concession agreement, and will be grounds for revoking a special event permit. Regarding fines, based on prior comments from the Commission, the ordinance does not include fines for the general public, but it does include a fine for vendors, which would be a written warning for the first violation, $25 for the second violation, and $50 for the third and subsequent violation. And then for the public, we will continue to implement the policy through ongoing education. And I will stop there and take any questions. Thank you.
No, I'm very excited. That's a lot of information, and you did a great job in a efficient manner. So I'm ready to go forward.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion from the City Commission? I see a couple people with their hand raised. Drew Martin.
Yes, this is Drew Martin. I just want to speak in favor of the motion. I think it's a great idea, and I compliment the city and the mayor and commissioners and Ms. Harvey for all her great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we got Mary Mertz. You are unmuted. Mary. Mary. Going once. Going twice. All right. You'll have another opportunity to speak at the second reading of the ordinance. And seeing no, what do you? Oh. Mary, are you there? No, not hearing you. Okay, may I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Romulus? Commissioner Romulus?
Maybe we should just circle back.
Mayor Grant?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Panserga?
Yes.
Commissioner Katz?
Yes.
Commissioner Hay?
Aye.
Commissioner Romulus?
Mr. Romulus, if you're here at the meeting, please let us know.
I am here. I promise. I cannot deal with this. Aye.
Vote is 5-0.
All right. Our next is ordinance number 21-004, second reading. Jim?
I'm here too. An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 26 Water, Sewer, and City Utilities, Article 3, entitled Water Shortage Plan, is hereby renamed Water Shortage Plan and Year-Round Landscape Irrigation Conservation Measures, creating a new Section 2648 entitled Year-Round Landscape Irrigation Conservation Measures, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. My quick question on the ordinance is that what does the ordinance say regarding the notices of the violation? It provides 2 notices before a fine is issued. Are those notices by posting, or are they by certified mail or regular mail?
John, can you unmute Joe Paterniti?
Yeah, I just got unmuted. Thank you,
There you go.
Commissioner and Mayor Grant. We will definitely provide 2 written notices prior to the effective date. Actually, after the effective date, we'll provide the notices. During the 90-day period, we're going to provide a public education campaign to educate all of our residents on the use of irrigation. And to answer your question specifically, we can do it any way we'd like. I was envisioning doing door hangers on people's doors to give them the warning, and we can also do a written letter and certified mail to the customer and the resident.
Yeah, I think posting is sufficient with whoever is making the posting, providing an affidavit of the date and time, and we have digital cameras, so taking a picture of it as well for the first and second before we issue that $50 fine. In addition, I see that it is only police officers that are allowed to issue the fine. Does that prevent community service officers or community police aides or community standards from issuing the fine?
The ordinance provides that the city manager can designate any other department to enforce this, and I would assume that would be the Community Standards Division.
Okay, I didn't see that in the ordinance. Do you have the
Section F?
The language does say law enforcement officials and others as designated.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're to the city. Perfect.
It's under enforcement, yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Those were my two aspects of the legal posting and so how does the city manager designate? Is it going to be by resolution or?
It would be by memorandum.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I don't see anyone with their hand raised up. I got Drew Martin again. Drew?
Yes, this is Drew Martin. I just wanted to say I think it's important that you encourage your residents to have some sort of water sensors on their irrigation system so that they don't water when it's raining. A lot of people have their sprinkler systems set up to run at night with a timer on it, but they oftentimes don't have a water sensor that turns it off when it's raining, which is a state requirement. So I just wanted to mention that. I don't know if you included that in the ordinance.
I don't believe the rain sensor is part of the ordinance. However, I do believe if a rain sensor is on, that because we have it 3 days instead of 2 days. And so do we allow people who need misting and the different types of irrigation? Is that still part of the ordinance? So that they could do it if they have the rain sensor whenever the rain sensor needs it?
The ordinance allows the low volume irrigation, and it's during any time of the day, I think, or any time during that period. There's no limitations on that low irrigation, low volume irrigation.
And do we have something in regards to rain sensors?
I don't believe rain sensors are in this ordinance, but they are in 40E24 state regulations. That's what this is based on.
Okay. So I think if we, Drew, I think what we have is the start for the year-round ordinance. We're restricting people for 3 days a week, except for people on the different excuses or the low output irrigation systems. So is it, did you have any other questions or comments?
Well, I'm just pointing out that a lot of people waste a lot of water when they water during a rainstorm, and it's just one way to really protect your conserve your water is to discourage people from watering during rainstorms. In particular, prior to a tropical storm or hurricane, people should be shutting off their watering systems. I'm just mentioning that as somebody who served on the Soil and Water Conservation District for 8 years, that one of the greatest losses of water has to do with people watering during rain events. It also can lead to flooding and also putting a lot of nutrients into your water system. So I'm just saying it's something you might want to look at in the future to see that if you're going to enforce that you also enforce restrictions on watering during rain events.
The problem is enforcing that, because that means our staff has to be outside in the rain. So.
Well, maybe if they just happen to notice it, or you could ask your residents maybe to notify if they happen to observe it.
Yeah, and then how do you know if it's raining or if it's the irrigation? So we will definitely take that in advisement, and we'll see how this irrigation ordinance goes. And hopefully if we see that there's that issue happening within the city, the next administration can address it.
And that certainly could be part of our education campaign, even articles in our newsletter to just keep reminding people of that. I think that's important to do that. So we can do that pretty consistently.
And seeing no one else raising their hand, did I ask for a roll call? May I have a roll call, please? Or did I ask for a motion? All right, may I have a motion to approve?
walk to the door.
Motion to approve.
A second?
Second.
Again.
Thank you. For 21004, Tammy, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penserga,
Yes.
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Romulus.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. Next is proposed resolution 21-038, approved demolition of the building located at 1101, 1103 North Federal Highway. Do we have a report from the Building Board of Adjustments and Appeals?
I don't believe so. Jim, do we?
No, this matter has been to the Building Board of Adjustment and Appeals prior to the decision of the building official to reinitiate the demolition of the property. It started with the demolition notice, was appealed, denied, and we're just back to close the process up completely. So just having the commission ratify the decision to demolish the property.
So it is on February 18th, 2020 is when the Building Board of Adjustments and Appeals said that they failed to move forward.
Right.
But the city is currently with a lawsuit of the owners. Is that correct?
We have a foreclosure proceeding underway.
And so would the property be more valuable or less valuable with it removed?
I don't know the answer to that. I could tell you that if we foreclose the property and obtain a judgment and bid the value of our judgment to acquire the property, the dollars that we spend for demolition will be merged with that ownership of the property. So we will not recover it from the property owner since we are the property owner at that point. I think the expectation is that this building, which is an eyesore once leveled, the site will be reconstructed and be of significantly greater value.
Yep. It's not a building that can be saved in any form or fashion.
So you're saying that the judgment against the property owner for the costs, but we currently have a lien of how much?
We will have a demolition lien on the property. So the cost of that, I believe, is in the, I'm going to say $18,000 or $20,000 range. It may be a little bit higher. That's what it costs to demolish a piece of property. So that lien ordinarily would be assessed against the property, but if we acquire the property through foreclosure, the interests merge and we own the property free and clear of our own demolition lien.
Right, and that's how much is the city's lien against this property?
Mayor, I don't think I have that information in the backup, but the cost of demolition is $15,000 to $20,000.
All right. The point is that if the city does it before or after the foreclosure, is my question, and the question is that does the city want to own this property and going through the foreclosure, or do we want to try to sell it to someone else to have them, fix the property up?
Mayor, let me see if I could get you those numbers. The approval by the commission tonight will not result in the demolition of the property tomorrow. It'll be a number of weeks before that can occur. And I can report back to the commission at the next commission meeting. The property won't be demolished by then either. And if need be, the commission could take up a motion to reconsider. But would ask your approval tonight to get the ball rolling.
Mayor, the lien, staff just texted me, the lien is over 900,000. And this is on the corner, as you know, of Federal and MLK. And I think it's an opportunity to possibly, convey to the CRA to work on redevelopment opportunities there. And I think we do some great things on that corner.
And the current litigation is how far along?
Moving slower than the demolition. There,
Oh,
there are motions pending before the court that will not be heard until June.
okay. And has a summary judgment been requested or filed?
And it has not been.
So we're still looking for at least probably another 4 or 5 months, and then any appeals possibly.
Yes, sir. That's probably right.
And so the issue that you have, similar to what we've had in the past, is the an eminent domain action, because we're already in litigation. Whether I understand you cited the jurisdiction of, or the case law of Othar versus Town of Lauderhill by the Sea.
Right. That's a priority and extinguishment type of case with respect to the rights to recover on the liens.
Will discharge the lien, and the city will not be able to recover the cost of demolition.
That's correct.
And if we do it now, we can recover the cost of the demolition?
We would initiate the process of collection of that lien to the property owner. As soon as it occurs, they'll get an invoice from the city.
Okay. So let's move forward, and then possibly have a discussion with the CRA, because before the city spent a lot of time on this, the CRA did make an offer, and so hopefully CRA may be able to settle this with the city to move forward more expeditiously on the property. So may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Proposed ordinance number 21-013.
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Section 2-56, Purchasing Agent Selection Duties, Competitive Bidding, amending Chapter 2, Section 2-56.1, Exceptions to Competitive Bidding, and amending purchasing threshold language, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, severability codification, and an effective date.
And so this kind of refers things to our city's purchasing policy, which we can change much easier than the ordinance.
That's correct. And the purchasing policy was almost virtually every section of it was amended within the last year or year and a half.
Okay.
And we had brought that item to the commission, Jim, I recall, but now have to follow it up from a housekeeping perspective to get it to actually amend the ordinance as well. But we adjusted thresholds, purchasing thresholds, so I think I can purchase up to $34,999 versus $24,999. We had commission approved on items. Now they need to be codified.
Perfect. All right. You have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
I got a first by Commissioner Ramos, a second by Commissioner Hay. Seeing no further discussion from the public, may I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Panserga,
Yes.
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Romulus,
Aye.
Mayor Grant.
Yes.
The vote's 5-0.
Regarding future agenda, the Head Start discussion, is the commission okay with having that at next meeting?
Mayor, I did step out and speak to Ms. Wilson. I'm going to try and set up a meeting as soon as possible to try and coordinate the lease and possibly help them with relocation efforts as well.
So, okay.
And then I can report that back to the commission, and then we can put it on the agenda if necessary.
So
And Andrew, is the
Yes.
lease expiration July of 22? It's not this July because
Actually, the lease it renews February 2022.
February.
So, yes.
Right. So we have time. That's what I think when the lady spoke earlier, we were making sure we're giving well over a year's notice and want to work with them to find other space. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that was the date was wrong.
Yeah, I was under the impression that they were out by July, so.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Okay. Yeah, so let's put it to hear back on July future agenda. That way, if they know that they're going to have to exhaust all options with the city staff before coming back to us.
Okay.
Was that okay with the commission?
Yeah.
Fine. Yes.
I do believe the CRA is allowed for relocation funding as well, so. If not, John, would you provide us with a closing?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Grant. As a reminder, a recorded version of this session will be posted to the City of Boynton Beach's YouTube channel. Links to that channel are available on the City of Boynton Beach's website at boynton-beach.org. This concludes today's meeting. On behalf of Mayor Grant and all of our elected officials, the city manager and city staff, thank you for attending today's City of Boynton Beach Commission meeting. Be safe and have a great evening.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
Good
Good night, everyone. Thanks, John.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night.